Good evening, everyone. It is now 6 o'clock. It is Monday, November 14th. This is the Community Consolidated School District 59 Board of Education Board meeting. Give a roll call, please.
Espino. Lane.
Present.
Mencia.
Present.
Petrielli present. Reed.
Present.
Sager.
Present.
And Schumacher.
I just want to remind all board members to make sure you have your mic on and speaking so the public and those on video can hear us. Please note that Board Member Schumacher showed up at 6:01. Can we please rise at the Pledge of Allegiance?
All right, put in the minutes.
United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, before we begin public comments, I want to state something. Before we begin our meeting tonight, we want to provide procedural updates for the evening. If you're here to address the board, please use a sign-up sheet at the back of the room. Only those who have signed up will be called to address the board, and speakers will be called in the order listed on the sign-up sheet. And before we even begin that, I also want to add that this room has a capacity of 122 people. We have 122 seats available, so we cannot have anyone standing in attendance at the meeting tonight. We have an overroom available for you with the live stream running, and we have staff available to help notify anyone in the overroom when it is their time for public comment. There are some seats. There are a few more seats up front. If we have more than 22 people in the room, we'll have to ask everyone standing, please use the overflow room. If we're unable to limit the room to 122 people, we have to go to recess until we reduce the number of occupants to be able to continue the meeting. Thank you. Give you a few more minutes. Before we begin public comment, this is the point in the meeting where we welcome public comments. Tonight is a regularly scheduled Board of Education business meeting. The purpose of this meeting is for the board to properly address the items on the agenda publicly as required by the Open Meetings Act. To allow the board time needed to address all agenda items, we ask you please limit your comments to 3 minutes. A board member will serve as timekeeper and will give the speaker notice when there are 30 seconds remaining to allow speaker time to complete or summarize their thoughts. During public comment during a business meeting is a time for the board to listen to comments from the public. But this is not a time for two-way discussion between the board and the public. Please understand the board will not ask nor answer questions. If you have questions or wish to have a response to any item, please submit your comments in writing and the superintendent will follow up with a response. We also want to remind those in attendance that the meeting is being live streamed. The video of the meeting will be archived and available for viewing after the meeting has adjourned. For those of you sharing public comment, please be mindful that you are being broadcast live and your comment will also be included in the video archive. With that, I will call the first name and then the second name. So, person, be ready. The first person we have is Cindy Wiggins.
Just to let you know as well, I'll be timekeeping to ensure that we're consistent with everyone giving public comment. You'll have 3 minutes, and I'll give you an alert at 30 seconds remaining.
I don't think I'll need that long. I'll talk really fast. When I get nervous, I talk really fast. I'm Cindy Wiggins, 5th grade. It's green. Does that not mean it's on? I'm pretty loud too. So I co-chair the Board Relations Committee along with Chrissy Griffin and Judy Webb, and Christina Hoblin is one of our members. So we all came here tonight on the eve of National Board Appreciation Day, which is tomorrow, to just, give you a warm little hug, moms from us, and just say thank you to everything that you do to support our community, our staff, and our students. I am constantly reminded that you all take on this volunteer position in addition to everything else that you do with your time and your families. You take this on and you serve our community very well. And we just wanted to honor you and thank you for all of the time that you give to us. So thank you very much.
T.R. Johnson.
Thank you. As they said, that you guys are in a volunteer position, you do give your time, so we do at least need to say thank you for that. I serve on the library board, and it's a no-pay job. You spend a lot of time and effort away from your family, so I believe everybody gets into it for the right reason. I'll give you the benefit of the doubt that everybody does, so thank you for that. But as a reminder, the stated mission of District 59 is to provide the skill, knowledge, and experiences that will prepare students to be successful for life. Nowhere in there is the word equity or is this elaborate equity journey that we've all been taken on. And that's okay, because if you're truly providing students with the necessary skills, knowledge, and experiences through a quality curriculum in a safe learning environment, then that's the most equitable thing you can possibly do. To that point, the goals from your strategic plan that was rolled out in 2020 and designed to serve that mission are still just that, goals. These goals are focused on student growth and achievement, the learning environment, community partnerships, and the stewardship of resources. And this equity journey is doing very little to directly address those goals. All of this while monopolizing the administration's time and resources and sowing anxiety and unrest among staff and the community. All of this is completely counterproductive when faced with the learning loss that resulted from the pandemic. If I'm being completely honest, I do think this journey has helped you accomplish at least one of those goals, even if it was unintentional. The partnership in our community has never been stronger in opposition to this plan. I've met parents, grandparents, and everyone in between from all over the district, from places that I didn't even know the district represented and would never have otherwise known. So thank you for helping bring us closer together, as that will truly make us a stronger district. So to the members of the community, everybody here and listening online, do not worry that about what is going to be decided on in the next 2 board meetings. The most important date for the future of this district is Tuesday, April 4th, as that's when you can have the final say in the direction of our community school district. And anything decided now can be undone then. And finally, to the board and administration of District 59, this is a fair warning to make these plans in pencil, because change will come in 2023.
Thank you. Ryan Bookler.
All right, thank you, TR. So, Dr. Brusnahan, members of the board, I ask that you delay your vote on the pairing of grade level centers and the repurposing of Ridge School until after the April board election, which will allow the new board to make a decision. Your plan, Dr. Brusnahan, has too many negatives for students, teachers, and families. At your last presentation, you said that there would be an increase in the number of students being bused, but a decrease in the amount of time that students spend on the bus. Well, many of the buses are already late, so how does adding more buses make the time go down? It makes no sense. Also, in your proposed plan, there will be less stops. So how far are you going to make kids walk to the bus stop? Is that going to be a half mile? Is it going to be a couple blocks? And who came up with your plan of busing more kids in less time? Was that Cropper that did that? Dr. Brusnahan, Mr. Reed, Ms. Lang, and Ms. Petrelli, You are all highly intelligent people. So I'm trying to figure out why you think the pairing of grade level centers is a good idea when the community clearly does not. Dr. Bresslahan, the board is your boss, and we are the boss of the board, and we don't want our neighborhood schools to be taken away. This is our community. This is our community, Dr. Bresslahan. You've worked in several school districts during your career, but we're going to be here and we're going to have to live with this decision long after you leave the district. So I also question the verbiage you used in regards to the repurposing of Ridge School. Let's be clear. Your plan closes Ridge School to the students, teachers, and staff that have called it their school for multiple years. You describe this process as an equity journey. I would describe it as chaos. In my 22 years as an educator, I've never seen as many poor decisions made as there have been in District 59. From the planning of this administrative building, this journey that we're all on, whether we want to come or not, and the curriculum. A board member said a few months ago that we are not just going to listen to a few loud voices. Well, look at the number of signs throughout the district boundaries that are opposing your plan. Look at the number of people that have signed petitions, and look at the number of people that are here tonight, not only here, but in the hallway and online too. Thank you.
30 seconds.
I'm going to step out in the lobby so that the board can see one more person that is opposed to your plan.
Thank you, Mr. Brookler. Connor Kubala, Kubala.
I'm going to speak for Connor because he's a little nervous tonight. He wrote this himself. Hi, my name is Connor, and I'm a second grader at Brentwood. I have been a Brentwood Bear since before I could talk. My older brother went to Brentwood, and I went to all the events and parent-teacher conferences. I couldn't wait till it was my turn to go to school. I didn't get to go to school with my brother because of COVID. I was in kindergarten, and he was in 5th grade. When I started 1st grade, I would cry every morning, and I did not want to go into school. I missed my brother, and I was scared. I became friends with Mrs. Sutherland, who works in the front office, and she would sit with me every morning until I would stop crying and I felt better. Then I would go visit Mrs. Bell, who is my brother's 5th grade teacher. She would cheer me up and make sure I was okay. The 5th graders in her class, especially one boy, Alaboa, became my best friends, and they looked out for me every single day. Please don't make me leave my Brentwood family. I love all of my teachers, the special teachers, Mr. Mark and Mrs. Sutherland. I play every day after school with my friends and their older brothers and their younger sisters. My friends are all in different grades, and that's what makes it fun. This is my first normal school year, and now I am so sad because I might have to leave my school. Why can't you let us stay at our schools and please be with our friends and our teachers? I am sad for all the kids who won't get to go to their school with their brothers or sisters, and I am sad because I don't get to be a 5th grade leader and help the little kids. Please let me stay at Brentwood.
Thank you. Debbie Diatte, Diatte.
So from the beginning, I feel that everything has been manipulated as far as lack of transparency, even though they claim transparency. Even the way the wording was as equity journey. It's deceptive that you never spoke of the pairing plan until June meeting, while people are less likely to tune in or attend to the meetings as they were on vacation or with their family as it was over the summer. And who would have to worry about having their child switching schools or their school year becoming inconsistent yet again after Fessler years and COVID, as well as no curriculum. In July, you actually presented the schools that you actually planned on pairing, but only after the fact that parents started to get the word out there on the District 59 community Facebook group. This is when everything started to change and the agenda changed around the board meeting, starting your presentations instead of having the public comments first. So the district didn't look bad as the parents were more informed of this plan and outraged of why the lack of transparency. Everything from the start has been strategic to get the pairings passed, as well as little amount of people to speak out against this plan being implemented next year. However, you assured us in the beginning that it possibly might not be implemented next year, and it could be the 24-25 school year, because that's all we want is time for our kids. Then, when we continue to fight, we had the district threatening to close schools if the plan doesn't implement, when in fact we have so much money that we wouldn't need to close any schools down. In the summer, the administration in the district was proud to have only 61 families respond to a survey that happened over summer, when we have close to 5,000 families within our school district. This shows how low our district's expectations and standards truly are, besides the fact that we are celebrating the fact that over 80% of our students are below grade level in math and reading, and because they showed growth. However, we're not hitting the number and the people that we're trying to get equity for, because the ones that have free and reduced lunch actually decreased even with a math curriculum currently. So we should have been shooting for 70-80% of the families weighing in on this and having a huge decision that affects the family, just like we should be shooting for 70-80% of our students to be at grade level. To this very day, there are so many families that have no clue of what's going on. And when you name it equity journey, the way you share information is not equitable at all. Sending lengthy, high-level
30
novels
seconds.
within emails and challenging academic vocabulary with 40+ links, and then you click on that, is another 30 pages of translated into different languages, and you call that informing and getting the word out, is a slap in the face to staff and families of the district, as what you have preached and are pushing for is equity, yet your actions aren't equitable in reaching the families of the district and informing them. The fact that the students' SEL curriculum, interventions, and educational needs are not at the district's first priority is mind-boggling. We're wasting time on all of this
Time is up. Thank you.
Rebecca Freedy.
Hi, my name is Jacqueline and I go to Brentwood. I don't want Brentwood to go school paying because Brentwood is my home. If I left Brentwood, I wouldn't see my kindergarten teacher, Miss Lacoste, and my second grade teacher, Miss Shortbrick, and that would make me really sad. Hi, my name is Maddie. I don't want to go to Devonshire. Brentwood is my home, and I have so many teachers that I'm going to leave behind, so I'm speaking up so I can protect my school. Also, I learned so many wonderful things at Brentwood, and I want to stay at Brentwood, so please don't make us go to Devonshire.
Hi, my name is Rebecca Freed, and I'm the PTO president at Brentwood. Brentwood is our home, and we love all the staff and the students that fill our halls. The fact that my daughters are up here fighting to stay at their home school and not get shuffled to Devonshire next year because the district deems it necessary is obnoxious and disturbing. Nobody wants these changes made to our district. No parent I've talked to, or teachers for that matter, want these changes to take place. Why does the district think it's a good idea to turn all our schools upside down? Shuffle kids away from their home schools, splitting up siblings, and worst of all, repurposing Ridge into an early learning facility. Can we please focus on our children's curriculum and social emotional wellness? So many kids are still so far behind academically and emotionally because of COVID. Turning our whole district upside down is not the answer. I still have never seen any data regarding the academic benefits that these changes will have on my children. And we've been asking for these since June. This is the first normal year my second grade daughter has ever experienced here at Brentwood, and the district would like it to be her last. The thought of leaving their home school, not seeing their teachers and friends, and not being in a familiar environment is absolutely devastating to my daughters. I hope the board will vote with the will of the people and keep our schools K-5 buildings and not repurpose Ridge and devastate all those families as well. Because if the board decides to turn all of our schools upside down, I guarantee the 3 board members up for re-election come April will be voted out and this decision will be overturned. Thank you for your time.
Sorry, Brian Forlan.
Hello, my name is Brian. I got 3 kids here, 59. And what I wanted to do today is just tell you about the dozens of people I've talked to in the past month and a half that are completely against this, that are not here today. And there's a reason why, is because they kind of feel lost. They've had the battles before and they just say it's not worth it, right? So around my neighborhood, I think someone else was saying it, I don't think I met one person that said, you know what, that's absolutely phenomenal. That's a great idea to do it, right? And unfortunately, since the past 2 years, the level of confidence of the new board, or the current board right now, with all the decisions we did in the past and keeping our kids out of school and not focusing on education and hyper-focusing on getting the grades up, that's another reason why they're not here. So those are direct comments which I have. The next thing I wanted to say is through this research or journey that we've had as parents, we've learned a lot of things what's happened. One of them, such as like ESSER funds, right? These are funds are directly supposed to be for the kids, hire an interventionist, anything with education. A lot of that was not done in 59. With other districts, they actually hire temporarily people to target and tutor kids. This board did not do that, which is a major disappointment, which we just found out. There seems just a major disconnect between the decisions here and the journey that's going on here to what is actually in the ground, the parents and also our district. Our kids need stabilization. They need this curriculum to be implemented, and we have to see the results and target what we're supposed to do to get these kids better educated. You talk about numbers. We can throw out numbers all day. Our numbers are horrible. We have to get these targeted up. And there should really nothing besides getting those grades up. I don't know why we're talking about anything else. The time that has been going on the past 7 months that we're not focusing on education, we're focusing on other things, is hurting every one of our kids. Okay? Thank you.
Thank you. Tony Madel.
Good evening. I want to talk first on an educational level and then on a personal level. I am a teacher. I've been in education for over 15 years. On an educational level, there is no data to support that this would help a district our size. The last report that came out said that there would need to be some changes at the buildings, which obviously would cost some money. And listening to what other people have said tonight, our curriculum needs to be a number one concern. Not only our curriculum, but our SEL, our social emotional learning. We all know that students are struggling these days with mental health, everything that they've been through with the pandemic. I think we need to take that money that would go into repurposing the buildings and really put it into improving our curriculum and increasing the social emotional learning. At the last board meeting, our superintendent mentioned that we need to stop using the word trauma, but that is exactly what many of our children have been through the past couple years. It is trauma. I have a first grade student at Byrd who never experienced anxiety before the pandemic. It is something that we are working through, but trauma is a big thing for our children the past couple years. So I think we do need to continue to use that. Our students need consistency. I've been able to, on a personal level, I've been able to attend some of the events that Byrd has held the past couple months, one being the Halloween parade. And as a parent of an almost 3-year-old as well, I would not be able to choose between my 2 elementary school children. If they were at 2 different schools, how would I decide, okay, whose Halloween parade am I going to go to? Am I going to go to my 4th grader or am I going to go to my kindergartners? I don't want to be put in that position. Also, my son came home the other day and he was excited to share with us that they attended a Veterans Day assembly where the 5th graders got to sing to the 1st graders. And he explained to his little brother that he would eventually be doing that. He was going to sing to him someday because they were going to go to Byrd together. And although my 1st grader has no idea what is going on, because I don't think that he needs to know right now, I did not have it in my heart to explain to him that that may never happen. He may never get the opportunity to be at the same school as his little brother and to see those different milestones.
30 seconds.
So I cannot stress to you enough, please look into this a little bit more. Vote no on these school pairings. This is not what our district needs. Their money can be put elsewhere as far as the curriculum, SEL learning, improvements on our MTSS programs, but it is not school pairings. Thank you.
Mike Griffin? No, that's okay.
Hi, guys. Everybody. Randy, neighbor. I didn't have anything prepared. I wasn't going to speak. My daughter had written something, and then she said, I'm not going. I was like, all right, that's fine. I'm actually here. It's my son's birthday. But my wife she's a crusader because she believes in something. So we got to get rid of these masks. Wait, no, that was 6 months ago. Curriculum. No, wait, that was no. What I came up here to talk to you guys about is 2 years ago, Randy, you came to my doorstep. We talked, and I flat out said, I will do everything I can to get you elected. And you and Courtney ran, and I did. I ran around our entire neighborhood, and anyone I talked to, I helped get you elected. There you are. You're sitting there. It's fine. And guess what? The person who spoke first, she's exactly right. Kudos to everyone up here right now. As an Elk Grove doer, and when I say that, I mean it, I do stuff, I appreciate all of you. It sucks, the participation that we've had out of my generation over the last 15 years. So thank you for that. However, what those people didn't say was it's an elected volunteer position, meaning you guys are elected to do the will of the people. What we want, we are the bosses, not her, okay? It's us. I'm not going to sit here and talk about school pairings. I don't know enough about it. I told my wife, I said, I don't know enough about it. I'm ignorant to it. But what I do know is that you were elected to do the will of the people. And as the will of the people, the 122 in this room, probably the 300 or 400 watching online, we don't want it. We don't want it. So please do what you were elected to do and follow what the will of the people want. You want more? Here's more. Okay? Thank you, guys.
Tim Burns?
Greetings. My comments and questions this evening are directed to the board members that were elected in 2021: Robert, Daisy, Joe, and Mardell. My question is this: do you believe that this will be over with in December? Allow me to prognosticate somewhat pessimistically, but very much realistically. If the board does not move forward with this, then the election of 2023 is just a regular election on who has the best vision and ideas for the district to move forward. If the board moves forward with this, then the election of 2023 becomes a de facto referendum on the closure of Ridge and the issue of school pairings. No other question will matter other than would you vote to reopen Ridge and reverse the school pairings? This, in my opinion, will usher in the most vitriolic, nasty, and savage 5-month chapter this district will ever endure. The board will not be able to do anything else but endure this from December until April of 2023. The same as everyone in the community, kids included. Staff and kids will be waiting to see if the closure of Ridge and school pairings will stand or if this is on the pathway to reversal. This will be like the board putting on its own pair of cement shoes. You will not be able to move from this. Then what happens in 2023? You may find that the central office has drastically underestimated how much of the public is against this idea, and 3 new board members who would reverse pairing and would reopen Ridge are elected. To which case, they will then be looking at you, the 4 that I just mentioned, to be the 4th vote to bring this ill-fated experiment to an end. Those members elected in 2021 will then have the power to determine if this matter is brought to a close and a new 4-member majority is established, or if this lingers on until 2025. I will close with this lesson from history. After the Battle of Pearl Harbor, from his flagship, the Nagato, Japanese Admiral Yamamoto was observed to be very glum and very morose. After noticing his unusual demeanor after winning the battle, his junior officers asked him what was wrong, to which he replied, "I fear that all we have done is awaken a sleeping giant and filled him with a terrible resolve." To the board members elected in 2021, if parents have to go home and tell their kids
30
that your
seconds.
vote will prevent them from attending school in their neighborhoods or go to school with their siblings, then I fear all you will have done is awaken a sleeping giant within the public and fill it with a terrible resolve until this matter is firmly brought to a close by the public.
Thank you. Deb Binky.
I can't comprehend why you are still allowing these presentations to occur. It's been painfully obvious the community has been against these grade level centers for at least the past 4 months. It is obvious the intention is to wear everyone down. The plans keep changing, like building that plane while it's in the air. And it does not reflect the vision of the community, and it's apparent that there has been no collaboration. During the last task force meeting that took place on October 3rd, it was stated regarding student outcomes, quote, "This work is not about grade level centers. It is about addressing the needs that we have identified and creating long-term solutions," end quote. If this is in fact not about grade level centers, why is it the only option that has been presented other than maintaining the status quo? You'd think with all the expertise available, you could come up with multiple options. It begs the question, what are the ulterior motives? In the last year and a half, tens of thousands of dollars have been spent on consultants and architects, time and resources wasted that could have been used to implement curriculum that has been lacking for nearly a decade with fidelity, filled open staff positions, hired interventionists and tutors to bring our at-risk students where they should be. Hope is not a management tool. To hope these grade level centers are creating long-term solutions without substantial evidence is impacting our district with your guesswork. We know what works because it worked before. There's nothing stopping you from making this right. Give us back half the resources Fessler took from us, and you'll get the equity you say this is all about. It has been impossible to have a genuine dialogue with you. At 3 task force meetings, I requested additional data regarding demographics, what enrollment would look like if all students were at their home schools, and the enrollment and capacity for the ELC. You failed to comply. Again, that begs the question, why? I was recently called Ridge's fiercest warrior, and I proudly accept that title. But I am not here just for my children or for my school. I am here along with over the 100 people here. We're community members. We're here for our schools, our children. We are together.
30 seconds.
We will no longer be bullied. Threatening to make things worse if you don't get your way is beneath the dignity of this district. Again, the board was elected to represent the community. We are speaking. Hear us.
Thank you. Ann Nazario.
Hello. I don't have anything prepared, but I'm very passionate about the schools not being paired together. I just moved from Vermont to Illinois, back for 13 years when I've been away. I moved specifically to my district and to my area in Des Plaines for my girls to go to Devonshire, not to be broken up, not to be going to different schools. I have a 3.5-year-old and a 9-year-old. My 9-year-old is finally getting the education she needs, and I know she's supposed to stay in Devonshire, but what's going to happen to my 3-year-old? I do not know about the other schools in the district. I know I specifically went to bought my house in this area to go to this school. And now you're taking that away from me for my younger child. What is she going to do with the bus? The buses can't make it to our bus stop on time, either in the morning or in the afternoon. So now you're going to be breaking up and having the buses go in every single almost neighborhood? That doesn't make any sense. They're not going to get to school on time. Second of all, what happens to all the extra classes that the gifted classes, which is TDP, that we're having? What's going to happen? Not all the schools, from my understanding, offer it, but they should. So then funds should be allocated for every school to get the same education that our kids are getting at Devonshire or in Brentwood or at Ridge. It should be uniform across the board. That's what you should be working for, not splitting them up and trying to figure out that 3K through 2nd should go to this school and 3rd through 5th should go to that school. It's not going to have the education. I know my children are going to be devastated if they can't go to the same school. I know when I was growing up, my brother looked out for me, whether I got scraped on the park or if somebody said something. He would just pick me up and brush it off and make me feel better. My children are not going to have that, and they need that, because my oldest has anxiety, and it's going to get worse. And I don't want my youngest to get it, knowing that she's going to be separated from her older sibling. So I vote against it. Thank you for your time, but please listen to me and everybody else. Like, I don't know much about the education here in the U.S.
30
I
seconds.
grew up in Greece, so I know so much more about that school system. I don't know a lot of this, but I can guarantee you, I am reading up. I'm educating myself. And if this means that I have to come to every single meeting, I will do that. But I'm like all these other parents are taking times that we don't have with our kids because we work 9 to 5, 8 to 5. So I'm not putting my kids to bed today. And I know a lot of people, like that one gentleman said, he's missing his child's birthday party for this, or birthday. So please listen to us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Sarah Dizak.
Hi, my name's Sarah Zach. Members of the board, The school pairing plan you will hear tonight is inexplicably rushed and fraught with complications. With so many factors still unresolved and unexplained, implementing any portion of it, especially as early as 2023, would be a mistake. The proposal will create as many problems as it purports to solve. Simply shifting children instead of first addressing failing programs and systems will not result in long-term equity or sustainability. Please consider the marginal degrees of improvement on paper versus the all-encompassing nature of this plan. We all agree that no kid should fight to learn in a classroom of 32 or play at recess with other kids who look and think exactly like them. But real change doesn't happen all at once. It takes time. Admin should begin by re-examining boundaries to address overcrowding and improve utilization. Keep all the district schools open. You will need them when we have fidelity to an evidence-based curriculum that increases scores and enrollment bounces back. Give more resources to schools where the highest percentages of kids are several grade levels behind. Provide school as a safe haven where teachers are not overwhelmed by constant changes and have the comfort with their curriculum and the emotional bandwidth to nurture their students and provide them additional supports. This also means hiring more staff, especially tutors, interventionists, dual language teachers, school psychologists, and social workers. Staffing, even on a temporary basis, should have been where the majority of the district's $13.4 million in ESSER funds went. This was a missed opportunity to combat learning loss, which will only be exacerbated if this plan is approved and curriculum is put on the back burner in service of simply achieving equilibrium in its aftermath. Let's all agree to spend less money on facilities and more money on teachers and kids. Equity is essential to the success of the district and its strategic plan, but this proposal isn't the path forward. Despite the misgivings of the community, we seem to be forging ahead with a rushed, ever-changing plan. And whenever additional time and money are spent fast-tracking a plan that is not yet board approved, it violates the trust of the community and flouts the checks and balances system of having a school board. Most importantly, however, these kids have already been
30
through
seconds.
the trauma of a worldwide pandemic that none of us were anticipating. Yes, kids are resilient, but I beg you to give them some semblance of normalcy in school before you enact a plan that will throw them and their teachers yet another curveball when the data to support its success is still inconclusive. Because to me, this proposal looks a lot less like an equity journey and a lot more like a desperate attempt to fix issues that the district created for itself and putting the onus on children to do so. Please vote no.
Michelle Yanong? Did I pronounce that correctly? Okay. Yanong?
Yeah, really close. Hi. Tonight breaking things. Tonight I'm asking the board to vote no to this incomplete pairing plan that I believe is still in the ideation phase. I believe that this proposal just has a lot of work until it would be ready for a vote of yes, if that day should come. I believe what is being addressed in this plan is really money and space. And while this community really does want to know if we're in a financial or space crisis, like, are we? And is that the case? What we really want discussed and what we believe as a community is our most pressing issue are the academic challenges and the social emotional challenges of our children. None of the data presented has really directly connected the dots between this plan addressing and correcting with data to back that up, the challenges that really face our children, which are academic and social emotional in nature. I'm especially concerned with the J Frost pairing. And as I mentioned a couple meetings ago, the minimal degree of positive change with that pairing. I don't have enough time to address all 7 of the identified areas, But I don't believe that if we were using the color coding, move into the green enough in all of those 7 areas to warrant this dramatic change. So I'll just start, and I'll probably run out of time, and I'm going to email you the rest of my data. But the first goal is access to programming with the move from one-way dual to two-way dual across both of those buildings. At this moment, both buildings do currently have access to programming, right? They do both have dual language programs, but I will concede that there's a marginal change there. And when we look at moving from one-way to two-way, I question whether or not students maintain or improve access, though, to other programs. When we pool our literacy needs together into which predominantly happen in a primary building, we would need to significantly increase the support staff needed for literacy interventions in a primary building. So like the status quo
30
plan would
seconds.
be to send support where it's needed, we would still need that in the pairing plan. Class sizes between J and Frost increase in this new plan at an average of 2 to 3 pupils. I don't know anyone that would support a plan of increasing class sizes. Demographics only change from the yellow, red to green because we move out the Devonshire students that we have just brought in this year. I don't even have time to address the question of how that impacts those students.
Time is up.
Thank you. I will just ask you to please focus on what matters to this community and vote no.
Marianne McKinnon.
My name is Marianne McKinnon. I have 2 children at Brentwood and 1 child at Friendship. I'm also the vice president of Brentwood PTO. I don't have much to say other than what has already been said, but I speak to you, the board members, many of you parents. Would you not do everything possible to do what is right for your own children? That is what we parents have been trying to do for months, trying to be heard that we want what is best for our children. As parents, we all have a sense of intuition when it comes to our children, whether they're in trouble, whether they need help, or if there's something medically wrong with them. As parents, we are our children's best advocates. I ask that you listen to all the families that have emailed and spoke at board meetings. You have a district full of parents who know that this is not what is best for our children. If you have a room here and a district full of parents telling you that their intuition says that this is not the best thing for our kids, I implore you to listen. We have asked over and over again for data and research that says the pairings will be beneficial to all of our children. And besides a few fluffy bullet points on an administration-created slide, we have yet to get answers to our questions. Where is the data to back up that this is going to improve our district? We cannot, in good conscience, vote this through without a solid plan. When answers to questions are "we believe so" or "we would hope," believe so and hope are not good enough. We need actual data that shows that this will prove to be the best solution for families, and we have yet to see any data that backs any of this up. Nor have we seen solid plans that provide a detailed journey of how this will all come together. If I asked you to put your child on a plane that may or may not take off, or may take off but won't stay in flight, would you put your children on it? I don't think so, and I'm certainly not comfortable putting my child on that plane either, so please don't force us to put our kids on this experimental flight. My daughter, like all other kindergarteners who started kindergarten in 2019, right before the COVID pandemic, should you push this through next year or in 2024, these kids will have had 8 transitions by the time they get to college. Where is the research that says that this is not going to impact them academically, socially, and emotionally? There isn't any because we've never lived through a pandemic. But there is research that says children thrive on consistency and stability, none of which this plan accounts for. We need to wait for this dust to settle. If we make changes, we need to wait. We need to get our kids caught back up academically. We need to address the violence and the bullying in our middle schools. We need to take care of the mental health of our children, or we're going to have a whole new set of problems. There are other ways to achieve equity. These ways need to be explored further. Alternative solutions have been researched by this administration and immediately dismissed and not presented to the task force for further discussion. Please fix the myriad of problems that caused a drop in enrollment in the first place before you create a whole new set on top of the struggles all of our kiddos are facing today. This is not the time for this. Now is the time to rebuild our children, not isolate and break them down further. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to have to ask those that are not seated to please find a seat, or we have an auxiliary room over there where you can see the video stream. There's some seats up here. If anyone wants, there's. Thank you, everyone. We're going to move on to presentations. 5.01, the 21-22 Illinois School Report Card presentation.
Well, thank you. So this is the time of the year, actually, the school report card is released every October. And really it's an accumulation of all the information collected by the state for last year. This is what we've done annually. We share it about this time after it's released. All of this information is available online, but our goal tonight is to provide an overview and a perspective, and really combines a lot of the information to pull together is difficult in the sense of multiple years and different pieces. So our hope is to provide some of those perspectives tonight. So this falls under our strategic plan, the aligned assessment system. We're in year 2 of that piece, and it's something over these last few years we've really tried to focus on in regards to assessment, sharing the data in regards to the district and our schools. The school report card, as I said, it's an annual thing. It's generated by the state and published annually in October. This was released, I think, on the 27th. And again, if you go to www.illinoisreportcard.com, you can access our district and all of our schools. A few of the items that we'll share tonight, there's some updates. As we know, these last few years, the report card has looked a little different. Not all the information has been available. Some new items and information is available, and we'll walk the board through a number of them. So a few of the updates, I just pulled this right off of the state website. So summative designations returned this year. They have not been in place the last few years. That's a system the state has in place where every school is given a ranking. We'll go over that. The equity journey continuum, actually, this is a new item the state added this year. The idea is for districts to look at the information that's available and see where they stand in regards to that. Most of the data in this system is actually from 2018-19, back to the pre-COVID piece. Chronic absenteeism, as we know, last year, the last few years, absenteeism due to many of the rules and regulations in place in regards to being in school had a pretty significant impact on many of the state results. So they actually put some pieces in place to help balance that out. We've got proficiency for ELA and math. They adjusted that. It used to be 3rd through 8th grade, one result. Now it's broken into 3rd and 4th, 5th and 6th, and 7th and 8th. Student growth percentiles return. That's a way for schools, for kids, for the district to see how we compare to like performing kids. English learner progress to proficiency. Some adjustments there where based on these last few years, they added a year to The state has a goal that within 5 years of starting a program, kids would exit an English language learner program. They added a year to that. And then science, they've been rolling out a new science test the last few years. As far as accountability, it's about proficiency rates, but it's really about participation in this piece. Summative designations. So this is a process where the state takes all of the data we collect and they drop it into academic indicators and school quality or student success indicators. What this shows you academically, 75%. The student success piece is 25%. Each area has an amount, in a sense, that the state assigns to it. So growth is actually worth about half of the overall rating. Proficiency is about 15%. And then science and ELP to P, that's English learner progress to proficiency, is about 10%. Chronic absenteeism, 20%. And then the climate survey, the 5 essentials, also is included in that piece. As all of that data comes in, the state takes it through a process and you get one of 4 ratings. Exemplary, where you're in the top 10% in the state. Commendable, basically that's you're not in the top 10% and you're not in the bottom 5%. Targeted, really what that means, if you have a student group of at least 20 students, they get a result. And if that group falls under the 5% comprehensive category, you become targeted. And then comprehensive is the 5% lowest performing schools in the state. In this formula is the best way I would define it. So this is District 59. These are all the subgroups that are available in District 59, all of our schools, and then the designation that goes with each. As you can see, we range from 1, 3, 5, 7 different subgroups. Again, that's 20 students taking the assessment, and then it's considered a subgroup. So we have 12 of our schools are commendable, 1 exemplary, and then 1 targeted, and that's Rupley School. And you can see it's for the CWD, that's children with disabilities. And it's actually a great example of the process. So there were 34 students in that group. And those 34 students performed below that targeted level. And that's why now we'll get some support from the state. We have to come up with a plan to support that group of kids specifically. On top of that, the state has actually built in a process this year where schools can exit this process early, because they are recognizing due to the last few years, there's some things that have occurred that they want to allow schools a chance to exit after a year versus the current process is 4 years. Yes.
I just wanted a clarifying question on the assessment that's given to children who fall into that subcategory. Are they given the same assessment under the same parameters as all of the other?
Yes, that is correct. So basically the IAR, the Illinois Assessment of Readiness, drives much of this piece. Although again, categories like chronic absenteeism, the science piece, all of those things factor into that process.
And to Devonshire, since they're the only one that became exemplary, and Devonshire was mentioned by somebody earlier this evening, and it is wonderful that our principal there and all of the teachers have come up with such a wonderful.
So for Devonshire, yes, their rating is exemplary. So their overall score fell above that 10%. In their categories, you can see for Devonshire, they have 4 subgroups that fell into that category.
And then my question was on the children with disabilities
Yes.
subgroup. Who's that comprised of?
So that would be any student with an IEP or a student with a 504 plan. Basically, sometimes or most often 504s are related to some health needs that kids have, and IEPs is an individual education plan.
So when we take students who would have been in that group before and we mainstream them out to the other schools, that leaves a group behind that is maybe struggling more?
So at every school, again, now you'd have to
right, they'd be below 20 at the other schools.
Yes,
right?
oftentimes every group has children with disabilities. Every school does, but having at least 20 who are tested is how we have our 7 schools that have that as a subcategory, a student category.
Can I ask a quick question? What, with the targeted designation, you mentioned additional supports and developing a plan. Is that what Is that the action items that the district has when it's receives that designation?
So it's really a school-based program. So the school has to do a needs assessment to identify ways to better support that subgroup, that school group, student group, I should say. The state does allocate some funds to that process. The board will approve their school improvement plan at some point down the road as part of this process. But it's really locally driven, connected to the kids at that school. So this piece, oops, wrong way. So this is just a sample results piece. I know this is quite busy, but this is what we receive from the state. So you can see every category, how we have all those categories. Basically, you get a raw score, which in this example, 29.47% of the kids were proficient on the reading test. Because that's above the standard the state has set, you get the full credit for that, 100. The indicator score is 100, and then you get the full weighted index, which is 7.5 points in a sense. That flows for every group. That then totals over here. And that's how for this school, their total, their all category was 67.95. So you can see up here, if it was 80 for Devonshire, I think it was like an 83. If it was, that number was over 82.28, they'd be considered exemplary. Then that happens for every one of these subgroups. And if you're under this threshold right here, this targeted 31.55, you're considered targeted. So it's, my words, unfortunately, a lot of math that flows every year, changes from year to year, and that whole process. And it's really based on all the subgroups you have. You might have one subgroup. You could have, in this case, I think 7 or 6. This blank piece here, this is former ELs. So this is the access test. It's an English proficiency test, so they don't take it. So they don't get a score. What they then do is they redistribute those 5 points into the system.
That answered my question. I said, how can we get a 8.04?
Yeah, so you'll notice some of the
7.05.
points are higher than allocated because those flow back into the system. This is a breakdown of this year's numbers. So basically the state does that math, top 10%, 305 schools are exemplary for elementary, bottom 5%, 154. We have 300 targeted in the state and 2,293 that are commendable. Again, every single year they rerun this data and produce these results. It's not always perfectly 10, 75, 10, and 5, but that 10 and 5 is pretty consistent in exemplary, 10%, 5% comprehensive. So the ISB equity journey, as I mentioned, this is a new tool the state has implemented this year. It's a tool with really the idea of to be able to take a look at the data that we already collect, that we already share with the state, and how that data then compares across different groups. They use the term special populations. And basically the best way I can describe that, if we use low income. So they compare low income students to non-low income students and see what kind of differences we have in that, whether it's academically or discipline data, are the type of teachers that are working with those different groups. They have a very, to be honest, complicated formula that goes with that, and you get a result. So again, if you went to our school report card page, you would see this on that page. So on the student learning side, you see where we fall. We're in a step 1, the large gap area. Learning conditions, we're on the kind of edge of step 3, smaller gaps. And then elevating educators also in step 3. Things that fall into student learning are things like IAR. There's an assessment for kindergarten called the Kids Survey. That's part of that process. And that focuses on gaps in that process. So when you see, we often talk about achievement gaps, that would be impacted in this area. If you have high performing groups and low performing groups, that's where they're looking to close, looking for all school districts to close those gaps. Learning conditions, you're talking a lot about disciplinary practices. So are there differences in different groups? Or What is the level of expulsions, of suspensions, things like that. Much of this data comes from the 5 Essentials survey. And then the elevating educator piece is, how does District 59 staff look in comparison to our student groups? What's the qualifications of our staff? They would look like those special groups to make sure that we have highly qualified and fully qualified staff working with all of our groups. So you can see how that flows across. And all of these these are the state learning goals, and tie to that piece. Yes.
Tom, does the state provide demographic data with regards to the top 10 exemplary schools? Like, for instance, would we be able to say most of these schools are in urban or suburban settings, or number of
We
low-income
could students? Actually, we could access that data and look at those schools to see what their demographic makeup is. All of that data is available. You just would have to sort it and do some of the work connected to that.
Okay.
Tom, did the state put out a equity journey for the whole the state to see where we're comparison to the state?
The state actually has a school report card also, that I could provide that in the Friday update. I can provide the comparison between us. I don't, because there's no number, you can see how it just falls on the continuum.
Kind of see them side by side.
But absolutely. So attendance, as we mentioned, attendance, obviously we want kids in school. As we look at things, there's 4 kind of key related to student attendance piece: the attendance rate, chronic absenteeism, which is students missing 10% or more school days with or without a valid excuse. Chronic truants, that's missing 5% or more without a valid excuse. And the mobility rate really is kids who move in and out of schools during the course of the school year. As you look that top piece, you can see how we compare to the state. You can see our attendance rate. Everything obviously changed over last year compared to the year before. Dating back to 1920, you can see those are pretty great numbers. I think, as a reminder, that whole entire spring, basically, everyone was home and there was no attendance being taken in the standard kind of format. So, one thing we like to do is compare and see how that flows. Our district, our community outreach specialists, our schools have really built some systems to figure out who the kids are that are falling into these categories to provide support, because we want every kid in school every day.
Tom, I'm wondering if you could speak a little bit to what those systems of support are, because I think while it's encouraging that we're doing better generally than the state at this, it's still like an extremely high percentage that have more than, I'm thinking that's 1 day of school missed every 2 weeks. And so I guess I understand one difference is now this includes both excused and unexcused, so that if a student misses school because they have like a medical appointment and they're not there for that day, that would fall into
Chronic
this
absenteeism basically would be any absence, excused or unexcused for any reason. The chronic truant piece is really if you're you don't have a valid reason for being absent.
And can you share, I guess, some of the efforts that we make, I think both at the community outreach specialist and then the school level, to try to address those students we've identified?
So as I said, I think pretty much every school has a committee or a group that's reviewing and accessing this data on a regular basis. The whole attendance piece actually has been added to the branching mind system, which is part of our MTSS intervention system, so that we can identify students who are approaching those days or missing a number of days and try to intervene. Community outreach specialists are a big part of that, reaching out into the community, but also local schools with whether it's teachers or groups within that schools. Over these, and we really started on this process back in 2018-19 of really trying to identify kids and support those families. We work closely with some outside agencies to try to connect for school refusal, because there are some kids that just really struggle to get to school. And at the same time, we've worked as a system to really, from the front end, try to welcome kids and make them feel comfortable at school. One thing, and this is my perception, obviously I can't say that this is an automatic piece. Some of the reality of last year was there were requirements that we were required to follow from the state, like you're on a 5-day, you can't come to school, you know, those types of pieces that I think you can see for the state, and District 59 likely had an impact. You know, we're interested in where we're at this year and how that flows.
Can you tell me what's the difference between chronic absenteeism and chronic truancy?
Yeah, so chronic absenteeism, if you miss 10% of the school year, whether you have a reason for being absent or no valid reason, then you're considered a chronically absent student. So in our district, that would be about 18 days. Chronic truant is 5 days without a reason. So that would be more like 9 days.
5 days in a row, or just
No, just 5 days over the course of the year.
Okay.
Tom, with mobility, is that number, does that include disciplinary transfers out of the district?
No.
Or purely
This
parents?
would be students who either moved in or moved out and on their own accord.
Okay.
You
And
mentioned
Tom, sorry, it's 5% for
5%?
chronic
Oh, I'm sorry.
truancy, right?
Or
So
9
that's
days.
like roughly 9
9
days.
days, yep.
Tom, you mentioned school refusal. Can you explain that? You said that.
So
terminology.
there are times where a student just struggles to be able to get to school, go to school, to the point of the term school refusal, like I'm not going to go. And that their parents try very hard to get them to go to school. Schools incentivize kids, come to the home, connect with them, but they really seriously just cannot get a child to go to school or stay in school once they're there. So there are some special programs in the area to help kids work through that piece to get to school, to get comfortable, to be able to stay. It's not a large number of students that, at least that I'm aware of in the district, but there are a few each year that becomes something.
And I guess just a question, as a resource, are those organizations available as a resource to parents if they reach out to the district?
Absolutely, absolutely. Okay, moving on to the next piece, and really the Illinois Assessment of Readiness, that's that test. That's the reading and math test that occurs for 3rd through 8th graders every year in the spring. It's based on the Illinois Learning Standards. It's a Common Core based test, and as this current version has been in place, I believe will be like year 4. Just a quick, I'll go through this pretty quick, but I know sometimes we get questions of what does district look like and compare to the state. So we just threw together, you can see how percentages and counts look here in District 59 as compared to the state of Illinois. Again, this is all last year data.
I was surprised when I saw we had 70 homeless. That's
Yeah. Tom,
way
can
more than I.
you go back a second?
Yeah. Yes.
That's a lot.
I think one thing that I see, I think Dr. Sagers, he's the one that highlighted to me, was the English language learner percentage discount.
So if you
Percentage we have in
focus
the
in on
district.
when you compare District 59 at 45.8% again last year compared to the state, it's almost 3.5 times larger. And again, the state is the entire state of Illinois, not just this area, but that's the reality of that piece. You can see in some other areas where, we have about 2 times the amount of Asian students compared to the state, about 1/4 of Black or African American, and you can just see how it flows across all groups. Some very consistent, some you can see that difference of our community.
And I believe if you look at English learners percent-wise for every district in the state, we're 6th.
So that is correct. So for elementary districts, again, part of that, can you look up this data? We actually can access all the state data. District 59 is 6th of the of elementary schools in the state of Illinois in regards to English language learners. When you expand that to unit districts, which goes to high school, we're 9th out of 10. So as we dig into our math assessment, how this data, you can read this data, this is the district data. We are providing each of the grade levels here. This is Illinois and how they performed proficiency wise last year. This is District 59. These pluses or minuses are how we compare to the previous year. So as you look at District 59, we had about a 6.3 percentage point increase from the 2021 school year. As a district as a whole, that's every school, every kid. Again, this is for math. You can see how that flows across grade levels. Third grade, a double-digit increase. Fourth grade, almost. Fifth grade, a little under 1%. Sixth grade, again, a nice 8.6. Seventh grade, where we went negative. And then eighth grade, about a little over a 5% increase. As you look at this piece, and probably the piece that has stood out to us most as we've analyzed as a district is really in many cases, I believe, overall in 5 out of the 6, we actually exceeded our 2018-19 proficiency pre-COVID. So that's pre-COVID data. So, assumptions, connections to that is obviously, as everyone knows, we've been working a lot on math and our curriculum work connected to that. We're in year 3. The correlation there, our assumption is that it's definitely having an impact across grade levels and schools.
Tom, when we look at 2021 and 18-19 proficiencies?
Yes.
Are those grade to grade, or those? Because I know in the past we tried to say.
Yeah. So this, and you know what, I appreciate that. A good way to look at this data, because these, some of these students are gone. This took place last April, March and April. It's to look at it as a system approach. What's the impact on the system? So when we say third grade, this is third grade in 2018-19.
Okay.
So
it's not like we moved the numbers.
No, it's not a cohort. It's really looking at the system as a whole. So that's math. This is reading. So you can see we have some positive growth in a majority as a district and in majority of the grade levels, especially some at that 3rd and 4th grade level, a little higher than the rest. What we're not seeing when we compare to 18-19, we're not there. We didn't exceed those pieces, at least I'll say it that way. A positive, though, that we do see is our growth is outgrowing the state growth. So again, we're closing that gap, and that's something we want to continue to do. We want to close that gap and then exceed that gap. So then this is kind of to your point, Mr. Reed, the cohort piece. So then one thing we want to look at is, okay, so last year, or 2 years ago in 2021, we had a group of 3rd graders. And this isn't a true cohort in that it's 100 kids to 100 kids, but it's basically the grade level, mostly the same kids. How did they do that year? Then what did that look like as we moved from 3rd grade to 4th grade? So you can see on the math side, we see some nice growth in a majority, 3rd to 4th, 4th to 5th, 6th to 7th. Not 7th to 8th, a little negative there, and then not much growth from 5th to 6th. But in the end, we are seeing some growth as kids move through the system. When you look over to reading, you see similar, especially at that 3rd to 4th and 4th to 5th grade piece, and then how that flows across the system. So again, it's a systems approach, similar groups of kids. How are they doing from one year to the next on this state test? Then let's look at schools. So the reality, these are our schools. Positive piece on the math side, every single school improved from 2021 to 21-22. You can see there's some double-digit increases in a number of schools and some smaller pieces, but overall, every school increased and improved their overall proficiency. That's what we want to see every year. I'll talk more about student growth percentiles, but just to share this piece, this is a big piece of what the state shares. And what they do is basically take, whether it's an individual student or a school or a grade level or a district, and say, how do those kids who perform in comparison to like performing kids? So if I'll use Frost, or I'll use John Jay as an example. So John Jay, the way we would describe this is 59% of the students at John Jay performed as well or better than like performing kids in the state. So the state has really pushed, this is 50% of that scorecard. They've really pushed that piece. How are kids growing compared to other kids? As I've been on webinars with the state, what they say your target should be 40 to 60%. Obviously, you want to be higher as much as possible. And you can see we have a number of our schools in the 50s and even a few, I think 4 in the 60s.
Does it matter population-wise, the numbers? Does it still even out? Does it still level out?
Yeah, because they literally compare individual kids, like scoring kids to like scoring kids, and then they combine that piece. So, and they do it over multiple years. So that's math. This is a piece we added after some questions, after we shared the report out, to get an idea of, to provide some perspective. So this is something, again, you can see on the state website. It's called a scatter plot. And basically, these little dots are schools in the state. And this is an example of a low-income scattered plot. So the bottom piece, that's the low-income percentage. So it goes from 0% to 100%. Then what you see, these little where we plotted, or where our schools are plotted, is the low-income number in that district school, and then how kids within that group performed. So you can see over here, John Jay is at the far end of the low-income piece. That's about 67%. To Ridge is at the other end, about 28%. The point with this piece is you can see the impact that low income has on performance. When 60 to 70% of your kids, and how that plays into the system and impacts resources, you can see how that flows. And these scatter plots, which you can look at for pretty much every demographic option, you can see how they play out and flow through that process.
So this backs up the research that's been cited a bunch of times, that having a very concentrated amount of low-income students taxes the resources at that school, and those students then score lower. And that's what research shows, but that's what our state and our district data show as well.
It reinforces that the reality, especially on these types of tests, the higher your low-income numbers, the likelihood of your overall proficiency is going to be lower.
Mm-hmm. And it should be pointed out, our average is 52%. 53%.
I don't have that in front of me, but it's in the 50s. Thank you. So that's math. So then when we look at schools for reading, you could see 12 of our 14 schools improved. We had a couple schools that did not grow from the previous year. You can see how that flows across the system. And again, the similar idea of the student growth percentile and how that flows. And then in a similar way, you can see that similar kind of line when you look at the percentage and then the proficiency connected to it of low income. Pretty predictable. So when we talk, one thing the state provides, again, on the school report card, is how does this break out then by things like race and ethnicity, low income, EL, and all those different pieces. So this is math. These are the race and ethnicity pieces that the state highlights and then provides. You can see, again, similar pattern. That's Illinois. This is the District 59, and then how we compare. We're seeing some nice growth in a number of the areas. Actually, every single one of them grew, and a number of them, again, you can see outperformed dating back to that pre-COVID proficiency. Same thing, this is just reading. Again, we're seeing some really solid growth in our different groups on the race and ethnicity side, and some where we're outperforming, again, that pre-COVID piece. Again, probably for me, the biggest piece is that growth outperforming the state growth. Again, we're closing those gaps. Demographic results. So these are those additional demographics: low income, English learners, homeless, with disabilities. That's that CWD. With IEPs, they break that out. Non-IEPs, female and male. And really this, again, is everything pulled right off the state website. And you can see how then that flows for the district. The piece, even though I'll be honest, those proficiency numbers are low, For these groups, we are outperforming the state in a number of areas and growing in most of them. Or you'll see sometimes, Mardell, you mentioned 70 homeless students. That's a lot. At the same time, 70 kids can have quite a swing in results when that's a pretty small number compared to most of our
And if
demographic
I'm reading
numbers.
this right, our proficiency went up for all areas between 2021 and 21-22.
Yep.
So that's
Except for homeless.
the latest.
Yeah, except for
Right.
homeless. So this is math. Yes.
Tom, can you explain exactly what homeless is? Because I know some are homeless are considered if they live with their grandparents.
So I don't have the exact definition, but students qualify. Actually, there's a process. It's connected to where your regular opportunity to stay is. You might live with another family or someone like that, and how long that process lasts. I don't have the exact. I can get that and share it with the board. But the reality is, when someone identifies as that process, we have a whole process to support them through that.
Right.
So back to student growth percentiles. Again, this is this idea of, how students in that different subgroup or student group are performing in comparison to like performing students. On the math side, as a district, 54% of our students were performing as well or better than like performing students in the state. The state, that number is going to be 50 for the state every year because that's the norm. Then you can see how that flows across each group. Many of our groups are growing above that 50th percentile and in many cases outperforming the state.
Also, girls do better than boys. However, state of Illinois, it's almost the same as in District 59. The girls do better than the boys.
In this example, I think we're seeing the girls were at the 54th percentile, just like boys. Although we do often see data that boys do a little better in math and girls do a little better in reading.
Yeah, because this is growth. If you go to proficiency,
we don't see the
that's
same.
not what we would see.
I'm just going by what's on here.
Yeah, that's growth.
So this is reading, same idea. So on the reading side, we're at 48th compared to the 50th as a district. And then you can see again, in this, I think the driver here are the driver from my perspective, the work that's going on right now with the ELA curriculum pilots and pushing that piece forward. We would hope and assume that work would impact this results in the future, just like it is for math. Achievement gaps, I know this is often a question, so we added this in this year. Achievement gap basically is that first example, how do low-income students perform to non-low-income students? In the state, it's minus 28 percentage points. In the district, it's minus 22. So you can see about half of those items are numbers a little lower than the state, and the other half, it's a little higher. And then you can see how that flows across and over time. Same thing for reading. Again, we want to close those gaps. That's the whole idea, that ultimately you'll get to the point that you won't have gaps, or they'll be much smaller than they currently are.
Tim, do we know, I know some of this might be affected because we are in the process of looking at the reading curriculum.
Mm-hmm.
Do we know how far we are in that process to it being implemented?
I know the piloting process
across.
is going right now. Susan probably could speak to that really quick.
Yes, so our junior highs are wrapping up their pilot currently and are going to be providing feedback. I think their deadline's this week, and then they're going to be meeting right after Thanksgiving to go through the data on the two different resources that we looked at. K through 5 is currently finishing up right now the first Mi Vision for ESLA, ELA, and they're switching after break, and they're going to continue through that process. We want to bring a teacher team to the board in January to explain the process, what we looked at, where we are in our recommendation, February being discussion, and then March being action item for full implementation for the next school year. However, As we have access to the resources, we can come up with an interim implementation plan where we're working through using resources throughout the remainder of the year as we have those available.
So we would be able to actually start using it before the end of the school year?
Yes. Yep, we can begin using them, and then we'll create an implementation plan so that it's very, very solid to create that clarity around what we're looking for, the indicators, the professional learning for staff, and all that will be built out this spring.
Thank you.
No worries. So English language learners, as we know, that's a high percentage of our students. This basically breaks out the data over the last few years. You can see our percentages in comparison over time and to the state. Then you can see our exit rate. So an exit rate ties to students take an access test annually. The minimal score to exit is a 4.8. So this past year, 7.9% of our students out of about 2,200-ish, I don't have the exact number, met that 4.8 standard. You can see how that's occurred over time and then how that compares to the state. And then the long-term piece, so those are students who are in the program for 7 years or longer. And you can see how that flows across District 59 in the state. That little asterisk, we don't believe that data is accurate. It's what's reported on the school report card, but are assuming some things occurred with, that's that first year of COVID, that spring piece. Kids did complete the testing, but 5 doesn't make sense. Just as you can see, the state number drops by about 10,000. So
Tom, before you move on,
yeah.
you talked about about they're adding a year to the English proficiency to 6 years.
Yeah, you know what? Next slide, I'll
Next slide,
jump
okay.
onto that piece. So this is the target. They access the meeting your target by school. So again, same idea every spring, usually January, February, March, kids complete the access test, all EL students. Any qualified student who's in EL, they take that assessment. And then you can see how that flows across our schools compared to the previous year. So we had a lot of large increases on that path and kids exiting the process in most of our schools. And then this piece to Mr. Reed, your point. So there's also another part of this process, the ELP2P, that's English learners progress to proficiency. So once a student enters the system, they set a target for that 4.8, kindergarten doesn't count, and really say by the end of 5th grade, 5 years usually, what progress do you have to make to exit? The state this past year added a year to that process. So they added a 6th year. And then for these results, it's why we're not showing a comparison, because these you can see they're quite big change because they went back to 2019-20 to generate the scores. So again, that's how they're building some of this flexibility into the system. But you do see a large percentage of our elementary students made their ELP2P progress. Some questions sometimes come up about the junior high. The numbers are a lot lower. Some of the realities for our middle school students to be able to exit, to hit that target usually means you have to exit. You have to have the 4.8. There isn't a chance to move towards that anymore. We also have a lot of newcomers who move in. And honestly, there are some long-terms in that mix.
And we keep track of their progress even after they've exited?
Once they exit, I don't know that we keep track of their, I don't believe we keep track of that. Joshua, are you out there? Yeah, please.
We do, by the state requirements, we do have to monitor former ELs for up to 4 years.
Oh.
So we are required to monitor their progress and their growth. They do not take access, but we monitor that through their IAR, through iReady, through all the norms assessments that we have to identify to make sure that they're still on target and still adequately making progress.
Well done, thank you. And then our final, the Illinois Science Assessment. This is year 2 of a new science assessment. It's moved to a 3 different subtests. It's an untimed test, which is kind of unique compared to every other test kids are required to take as part of this process. And this is a comparison of last year to Illinois, where the district falls. That's these 2 pieces right here. The overall proficiency, then this is just a 5th and 8th grade assessment and how that compares in those 2 grade levels.
And it was interesting that it says it's based on participation, not results.
This past year, because it's not yet a fully normed and test that's been used multiple years, they asked the federal government, the Department of Education, to give them a waiver. So instead of using results in that summative designation process, it's about participation. We still got results.
Yeah. So these are the results.
These are the results.
Yeah.
But they're not in that targeted.
Yes. What you'll notice if you look at any of our schools, most met that, got the full points for science because it was just about kids taking the test. This is the same, the breakdown by schools. Again, what you'll notice a little different here, it's only 4 levels of proficiency, whereas IAR is 5. If you're in the top 2, you're considered proficient, and how that flows into the piece, especially in comparison to, you know, overall proficiency. So some quick reflections as we've been going through this piece. You know, on the positive side, you know, the math piece, we're seeing some strong growth grade level cohort wise. We're seeing many areas where we're outperforming pre-COVID proficiency levels, feeling really like we're on a good path. Reading in similar, we're seeing increases across the board for the most part, seeing good proficiency growth, outpacing the state in proficiency, but we're really not yet back to that level of pre-COVID. Student growth percentiles were quite high in those 50s and 60s in math across the demographic groups. We increased our EL access exit rate, and many of our schools had high percentages of hitting their targets. And science overall, we compare pretty closely and pretty well to the state and the 5th and 8th grade levels. When we look at opportunities or areas to continue to dig into, reading results, you know, the proficiency was lower at a lower rate than math. You know, we still see achievement gaps. We still lag behind the state in many of those different levels. Our student growth percentiles in math are relatively lower compared to, in reading, I'm sorry, compared to math. We're seeing some similar patterns to what we saw in our fall benchmarking, whether that's some of the male-female pieces or some of the different demographic groups. So that's playing out over time. We did see an increase in our long-term EL students, and then our science proficiency levels fall below the state averages. Questions or comments?
So Susan, can you give us a reminder update of where we are with science curriculum?
Yeah, so science is currently they're using STEM scopes K-8 across all of our science classes. And we are going to be working with our science council, which we're going to develop this spring, to begin looking at the phase 1, which is looking at the standards, working through the same process that we've been doing with first math, literacy. We're doing that currently with social science. And so then science will be up next. So what that allows us is to really like dive into those NGSS standards and make sure that we're really understanding what those mean. And then looking, and our first step would be evaluating STEM scopes to see if this is something we want to maintain or we want to continue into phase 2, looking at other curricular resources to support.
So I know it's a lot of data to digest. If you have questions or follow-ups or things we can follow up down the road, please let me know and we'll deal with those pieces. This will go out as part of the board update, so our community will have full access also.
No, Tom, I think, you know, one, thank you very much for putting this all together, because a lot of times we or the board or parents look at that and it's a lot to digest from the school report card, or you're just looking at the numbers, you're looking at the 9s and the 10s or the exemplars, you know, however it's phrased on the report. But it is good to go, you know, deeper into what these scores mean and what needs to be fixed.
Thank you.
I think one of my takeaways from it, I guess this is a comment more than a question maybe, is given all the conversations that we are having around equity and looking at sort of where we were at with the results of our equity audit about a year ago, I really hope that we continue to hone in on those sort of gaps that we see with, for example, the students with IEPs the students with disabilities as well as the English learners, because when I see these numbers, they're showing the biggest gaps. And it's true of the state as well, but I just love to see us continue to outpace the state and improve that in those categories of students that have high need.
I kind of want to comment too. I look at this as we started last year's math last fall. So these test results are based on basically 3/4 out of a year and the growth that's been done. And I know part of that has to do with the math curriculum, but also has that we did put math interventions at each one of our schools 2 years ago to help with this because we identified this as a need and we are seeing that result. And those are permanent positions, not temporary ones, because we felt the funding them was the importance of maintaining this. And I'm hoping we're going to be doing the same thing with the English language arts DLA process.
Mhm.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Item 5.02, presentation of equity journey, final recommendation.
All right, good evening, everyone. So we are at the final phase of our recommendation for our equity journey and looking at our plan to address our 8 areas of improvement. So a lot of this information is going to be repeating things that we've talked about over the last several months and even leading back from our data from last year, as Mrs. Lang mentioned, looking at our equity audit and our various other data collection processes that we have gone through. So we wanted to start with just why are we here? We mentioned we have this on our wall. We talk about it. It's our mission and is to provide the skill, knowledge, and experiences that will prepare students to be successful for life. We've reflected a lot as an administrative team that we want to make sure that we prepare all students. I think that's the missing keyword if we could add one into the mission statement. So as we looked at the strategic plan, of which equity is a core value listed within that plan, as well as identified in our goal areas around equity of resources, we wanted to tie the definition of what equity meant to us around our mission. So equity in District 59 means that we're ensuring all students have equitable access to resources and opportunities to equip them to be successful for life. So now we're looking at how do we allocate resources? How do we ensure that those opportunities exist for all students in our programs and in our schools and across all of our grade levels? So just some, again, repetition of background information. So when we look at the district as a collective history and looking at when we've gone through changes, when we've looked at our data and found opportunities where we are perhaps not serving all students, or where we have had challenges with our facilities or our programs, we've had a history of doing responsive changes to the needs of the district. So we've looked at, highlighted in yellow, are the times that we have done boundary changes. We've looked at a lot of areas in the blue where it's specific programming changes, additions of programs, expansions of programs, movement of programs between schools has happened quite frequently. And then when you look to the pink shaded areas, looking at opportunities where we have done classroom additions and facility renovations to address growing needs at our different buildings. These are all things collectively that we, once again, when we embarked on this process, started looking at again in District 59. And I do believe, if I could go back here, I do believe that back in 2013 is when there was the last pretty comprehensive demographic study in which all of these things were once again discussed, including school pairings. So to bring us back to what are the reasons why we are looking at making changes, I think we just heard from Mr. Ludloff a pretty compelling reason as to why we need to look at our system as a whole and how are we really helping all students achieve what their potential is. So through this work, we identified 8 key areas for improvement. These have been kind of our building blocks that we have been looking at since really the onset of this work. Looking at our access to programming, not only within the district, but is programming that I need as a child available at the school in the boundary in which I live? And the answer to that was not all students have access to that programming within their neighborhood school. Then we look at class sizes, which we've seen discrepancies, and those have fluctuated. We've had a difficult time maintaining stability in terms of class sizes within buildings, especially those tied very directly to the enrollment numbers as well. So we see where there are a lot of singletons or those one-track programs at each grade level. We have a harder time being able to balance out those class sizes and looking at ranges last year, I believe anywhere from 9 to 32. Our demographics, I think we pretty clearly explained what our demographic discrepancies are, not only across our schools in terms of enrollment, but also as connected to the 8th tile, which is the student outcomes. So not only looking at race, ethnicity, but looking at students with disabilities, looking at students who qualify for free and reduced lunch, ensuring that we are looking at all facets of our students and the things that make them unique. Then enrollment, looking at those fluctuations. How do we maintain a school facility when we have decreases in enrollment or we have substantial spikes in enrollment over the years? And again, we identified for kindergarten through 5th grade at an elementary school that 300 was that target number. Once we drop below 300, it begins to start causing issues with our class sizes, with our facility usage, which is the next tile. We've seen a broad range of our facility usage. Again, we've added on to some buildings and then programs have been moved and enrollment fluctuations happen. So we do look at how much of our buildings are used. We have some that are very underutilized and we have some that are really maxed out and are overcrowded. Then we look at resource allocation, which is a broad term when we talk about resources, because we're talking about human resources, we're talking about actual materials and access to curriculum and programs. We're talking about just actual funding and dollars per pupil. When you look at the equity journey continuum that is now legally required by the state to be reported out, which is another impetus for why we collectively called this our equity journey, is looking at how our per pupil spending fluctuates from building to building based on where students attend. And again, acknowledging that staffing is one of our largest resources as every school district in the nation. Resources for personnel is always our largest, and ensuring that we have that equitable allocation across student needs. Transportation was our last piece as we started to dive into an area that we could possibly improve. I think transportation, if you ask any school district that provides transportation, it is a challenge. I think we do an incredible job of it, but it is something that we don't have direct control over, and we are impacted by exterior forces that really tell us how many routes we're able to run, how on time our buses are able to be run, etc. I do want to acknowledge that we have 2 members of our facility or our transportation department here with us, and I just want to acknowledge the vast amount of work, not only that they do in the current year to ensure transportation runs smoothly, but that they do every year and really building out some of these models for us so we could really find ways to make them more efficient and how we can maximize them for students. And then all of those 7 tiles really culminate in what we see in student outcomes. There are so many factors that contribute to whether or not a student is going to achieve proficiency on a standardized test. You've seen some of those things and some of those things that are correlated in the data, such as when we look at the scatter plot between low income and student performance. There's also things that we can do that can change the trajectory of no worries, getting some background music, thank you. So things that we have efficacy over that we know can impact our students' ability to achieve, regardless of their demographics. And key to all of this, and one of the pieces that I don't think we want to lose sight of, is the diversity that is a community value, that across all of District 59, across our 4 villages and all of the geographic regions of our district that make us very unique in 59. And how do we look at our schools as representation of our community as a whole? And so those imbalances, this brings us back to our school code, our Illinois school code, which requires us as a board, me as a superintendent, to ensure that we are looking at our school enrollment patterns and our boundaries for our attendance areas to ensure that we are not segregating unintentionally members of our community. And that's something that we've taken a look at as well and looked very closely at our numbers. So I want to just bring you back to some of the data that we started to look at that really, again, if we're looking at a lens of demographic balances across all of our schools, this is what we are required to look at on an annual basis. So when we look at this, we can see we've identified the areas of red, which means that they are greater than 15% outside of the district averages. The yellows are greater than 10%, and then the green means they are within 10% across there. So you can see where our areas of need are across our schools on the north, across our different race and ethnic groups. And then looking across our schools on our south side of the district, again, across those same groups. And then looking at additional demographic factors, which we know play into how our students receive their educational experience. And these are across our dual language programs, our ESL, English as a Second Language programming, looking across that total percent for multilingual, combining those two, our socioeconomic status, so students who qualify for free and reduced lunch, as well as those students who qualify for special education. So those are the demographic comparisons across our schools on our north side. And then a reminder of what that looks like across our schools on the south side. And I think as we looked through our data that Mr. Ludloff took us through, we could draw some correlations across those factors as well. So that's all just a reminder of the data that we were really looking at in order to land on those 8 areas, which is really driving the work. So in terms of the process, strategic planning, which began back fall of 2019, a community-driven process, really identifying what those core values were, the beliefs of this district, and then the 4 goal areas. Then embarking 2020, 2021, looking at our internal equity audit, looking at it, we partnered with DM Group. We also did a dual language program review that led into looking more deeply at our dual language Spanish program. And just FYI, we mentioned this last meeting, but we will be embarking on that a similar audit for our dual language Polish program as well this spring. Then we looked at creating our equity coalition, which is where this is when I began my work here in District 59. So that equity coalition was already formed upon my arrival and the work leading up to that. So that was formed, and really then the actual program reviews and the audits were conducted. And then we also partnered with Cropper GIS to look at our demographics across enrollment and our facility usage analysis, all of which were presented to the board last year. Then we presented all of that information to the board. We formulated our equity task force. We have adapted and modified the plan throughout as people have noticed and seen, because it's a responsive plan. Tonight is the first time you are actually seeing the final version of what we are recommending. So the possible solutions, again, if I took you back to that 30-year history, you're going to see, and we talked about what those different solutions were. Those were all things that we had looked at and talked about as we began looking at our demographic study and some of our facility usage. So pure redistricting, just looking at changing boundaries within neighborhoods, we found that to be one of the most invasive and the least effective at balancing out across our goal areas for our demographics. We also talked about the possibility of school closures due to enrollment numbers and areas where we have more facilities than we have the need for. We also talked about program movement and the possibilities of that, and that's been something that has been done many, many times over years past. And then lastly, looking at school pairings. So to the final recommendation through all our iterations of this process, where we landed is looking at a combination where we are looking at pairing our elementary schools, doing some redistricting to alleviate overcrowding in certain areas and better balancing our demographics, as well as repurposing one of our elementary schools. So that would make some adjustments to our boundary lines. It would then create the school pairings of K2 centers and 3-5 centers across 10 elementary schools, and then taking our Ridge Elementary School and repurposing that to greater serve early learners on the south side of our district, as well as some potential other community-related opportunities that we could maximize within that facility without having to close it for students. The effect and impact also would be on our junior highs. So we want to make note that we did some in boundary recommendations for changes so that we could alleviate some of the overcrowding at Grove as well, and keep that in alignment with the school pairings. So into the details of the plan, we are really looking at, if you remember that first tile, it's access to programming. This would enable us to really ensure that dual language Spanish would be available at all of our schools. Looking at our dual language Polish, making that available, continuing at Claremont for kindergarten through second grade, and then having them flow with all of the rest of their peers at Bird for grades 3 through 5. This is a more responsive change, and we believe that this is going to be best for those students as well as feasible within our facilities plan. So what it really looking at is something that we began this year across our one-way and two-way dual Spanish classes, and looking at how we can perhaps consolidate, which was a recommendation out of the dual language Spanish audit, and ensure that we're able to provide all of those learning opportunities at each of our schools, K2 and 3-5. This would also be the first time where we'd have the opportunity for dual language Spanish and dual language Polish to be housed within the same school to increase those opportunities for inclusion and some greater diversity for our students in those programs. We also have English as a second language for students who receive part-time services, and that would now be available in this plan, available at all of our schools, whereas it is not currently available at all of our schools. School start time and end times. So this is something that we really carefully looked at with our transportation department to ensure what were the options that we would have to look at in order to make this work. So we actually looked at models that are used in other districts as well, where we would not actually have to stagger the instructional start times between K2 and 3-5. We'd be able to keep those start times and end times the same instructionally. And by doing that, we'd be able to increase, what we would do is increase that supervision at the start and the end of the day. We have breakfast that's served within our schools in the morning so that we would enable the opportunity for pickup and drop off to occur across both centers for those families that have siblings, to ensure that that runs smoothly. And then also
please keep the audience comments to a minimum because we need to be able to hear the final recommendation. And I think out of respect to others in the room who would like to hear the final recommendation.
Thank you. Our transportation also looked at maximizing efficiencies to help accommodate families as well to support siblings by looking at creating bus stops at each of our schools so that then they would be able to come to school together and then be transported to their appropriate school. So a lot of opportunities here. I do want to say before we get bogged down with too many of the nitty-gritty details around transportation. This is something every year that we customize, and our transportation department really, they get a lot of individual family requests that really help us maximize routes. We have parents that make requests based on childcare situations. So there's a lot of factors that go into this planning that we would continue to do as we do on an annual basis. One of the highlights, I think, of being able to really create these grade level centers is looking at an opportunity to expand our specials rotations. So currently, our students in K5 participate in art, music, PE, and Learning Resource Center or library, and they have access to that every week. This was the first year where they were able to, where all students in K-5 were able to actually split and receive on a weekly basis art and music. Before, those were on a rotating basis and in some cases taught by the same teacher. So we did an expansion this year of PE instructional minutes as well as separating art and music. So what we would like to do in this model is be able to expand for an additional enrichment opportunity for our students. We met with our lead teachers from our specials group, and we were brainstorming some ideas on what those types of things could be. We've seen models where STEM has been introduced. We talked about a world language perhaps, or looking at drama, or on a rotating basis, how we could better introduce some more opportunities in those specials areas for our students. That would also allow for common collaboration time for every grade level, K through 5. Which means every section of teachers within that school would be able to have that common plan time and that time for collaboration to really focus on curriculum implementation, as well as our MTSS process. This would also allow for that common collaboration time for our specials teachers, which have typically not had that time together as well. So it would definitely be a great opportunity to expand that for both our students and for our staff. In the class section overview, this is where we're really looking at, one of our goals is to eliminate that singleton sections for a variety of reasons that we've talked about in this process. We talk about being able to enhance staff collaboration and really getting more professional learning opportunities with their grade level colleagues. We've also talked about the opportunities for instructional groupings to be more flexible across that. When you have more students, you are greater able to flexibly group across those entire grade levels, which would better support differentiated learning for our students and their needs. It would also increase our flexibility in student placement options. In schools currently where we have singletons, there is one teacher at each grade level in each of those programs. And so it is that same teacher. There's no opportunity for any other type of movement or pairing students with different groups throughout their K-5 experience. It also would really help the district increase its stability in its staffing and its assignments. This is really something that flows behind the scenes that most people are not aware of, because it's not a process that we do in front of anyone. It's a behind the scenes process that we do every year, where we really look at class sizes, we look at staffing allocations and how we can best do that, which often involves moving staff across buildings and moving staff even within a school from grade level to grade level. So if you are in a school where there is a large variance from class sizes from year to year, you may not be teaching the same grade level every year. For curriculum implementation and professional learning, that is really challenging for teachers. So if we can get them more stable and have a consistent grade level that they're able to work with, we really think that that could help with the curriculum implementation and our student outcomes as well. Looking at calendars, we are proposing in this recommendation that we move the entire district to one single calendar for all students in K through 8. We do our best, as we've done in the past, to align with the District 214 calendar as well, recognizing that there are multiple students perhaps within our community. Continuing practicing that practice where we are working with our DEA leadership to create our calendar, and then we bring that to the board for approval every year, which typically happens in January. And then we have approval typically in March. This would really streamline, again, these are not things that are seen out to the public, but navigating multiple calendars within one school district is very challenging and creates a lot of additional work in certain areas for us to manage. So we would be proposing to have a single calendar. The dual language program, more specifically, is looking at how we would be moving that program. And I'm actually I think I'm going to allow Ms. Savage to highlight kind of the movement that we're already making in that area. And I know we have Dr. Perdomo here as well. Just to speak more specifically, I know some parents have had questions about, my child is in this program, would that still be able to continue? So I'll turn it to Ms. Savage.
Sure, I will start us off and Dr. Berdomo can add any details as well. So we currently, as we can see here, we have one-way and two-way in various locations across the district. However, the goals of a dual language program, as brought forth through the audit, are the same regardless of whether you're in a one-way or a two-way program. Really, that is biliteracy, bilingualism, sociocultural competence, and grade level academic achievement. So those are those goals that we're aiming for, and the process and the way we teach and the model for allocation is identical in those sections. However, when we look at our two-way, there is sort of a 50-50 approach that has been taken in District 59, where half the class is made up of non-Spanish speaking students, the other half not. However, the reality of our current demographic makeup in our district is that we really have more complex student body than that, and we have a wide variety of emergent bilinguals across our span. So what we're really looking to do is have dual programming with those pillars in mind. However, what we really are doing is we're balancing out those sections so that we have a variety of students with linguistic profiles, so native English speakers, and then students with various levels of English proficiency and Spanish proficiency to create a balanced classroom. It does match our current demographics in a way that really makes sense. And please feel free to add, Dr. Padoma.
Yeah, so I just wanted to add to that, as we're looking at that blended approach, the concept of that is really understanding who our demographics are and who are the students that we're serving. So when we look at our demographics and we started talking about a two-way model, it's really looking at, do we truly have native Spanish speaking students within our district? And while we have some, we do not have the numbers that we thought we had. And one of the things that we have done is, as I mentioned in the past, is we have given the pre-loss, which is a Spanish assessment, to all of our incoming kindergarten students to really start to identify who are the demographic students that we're serving and create a more balanced blended approach for our dual language programming so that our students can still receive, again, the same goal, the same outline, the same vision, but in serving the demographic of the students that we really have and not trying to sustain a program of saying we have truly native Spanish speakers and truly non-native Spanish speakers. We really are looking at who are we serving and blending that approach together. So that's where you see the dual language Spanish blended model. It is that two-way model, still with the same philosophy of allowing native English speakers in the program, but also identifying that it may not be a clear 50% native Spanish, but it may be a third and a third, start with a third of our native English speaking students as well.
All right, thank you. And then again, just highlighting that our dual language Polish would be again housed at Claremont and then also follow with their peers to Bird. The TDP program, begins in third grade for identification. We begin kind of looking at second grade in terms of preparing students that might qualify for this program to be identified, but we begin actual instruction in third grade. So it would allow our TDP teachers to be full-time at each of our 3 through 5th intermediate schools, where they could provide more targeted support for our students, as well as just have that increased flexibility and professional learning for our staff. Again, I think over and over what we're looking at is that economy of scale of bringing more students together across grade levels, allowing us to more flexibly and adaptably use our resources based on the needs of the students. And then again, we would continue to look at that articulation process with our K2s so that we can make sure that we are supporting early learning, as well as ensuring that we are becoming more equitable in our identification of students who qualify for our TDP program. Special education is a high priority for regardless of how we move forward. It is absolutely a group of students that we acknowledge in our equity work and most explicitly want to ensure that we are prioritizing. So we would continue all of those services as they exist in our current model. We would continue our educational life skills program and allowing them to be with their grade level peers to the greatest extent possible, housed at Rupley in kindergarten through second, which is where the program currently exists, and then following with their same age peers in grades 3 through 5 at Salt Creek, but really looking at a case-by-case basis for students who maybe need to be in a more adaptable environment and really looking at them as individuals, but having those opportunities at both a primary center and an intermediate center for those students in that program. The ELS program that was moved over to Holmes Junior High as a first primary step for some of the overcrowding, that would continue at Holmes Junior High. And then our cross-categorical instructional program, known as SIP, would continue at Friendship Junior High with no anticipated changes. Early learning, this is a heavy area of focus in District 59. It is one of the most researched educationally based practices that will deliver a return on investment for students and their academic success in later years. There is a plethora of research that supports identifying students earlier and being able to provide early intervention is one of the best ways to ensure that those educational gaps are closed prior to them excelling through our kindergarten through 8th grade experience. So we've seen the success at our current early learning center, but we know that there's barriers to students who are not attending that for a variety of reasons, including some distance and location, as well as AM, PM versus full day. And those are things that we want to take a look at and have a space and opportunity to provide. And that would be an opportunity that we would propose to be held at Ridge and really expanding our early learning program across the entire district. So we'd have one to the north, as well as services able to be provided to the south. Through this process, we want to ensure that we are looking at all of these factors on an annual basis and holding ourselves accountable. I think a comment was made earlier that I want to speak to because I think that there is definitely some truth to it. When we don't build in these levels of accountability, we can quickly find that we're making decisions that are short-sighted or become temporary fixes to long-term problems. So we want to ensure that we're looking at a system annually at each of these 8 areas of focus. So these become the cornerstones of what we look at in District 59. Our needs of our students and our community change, and what worked before may not be the things that work today and possibly not tomorrow. So when we look at this, we want to make sure that we're constructing a reporting process that is transparent and focused on those 8 areas that is directly aligned to all of the goal areas of our strategic plan. So these are slides that you have seen before, which gives you at least an indicator of what we are projecting as goals and how we would then use our data to assess whether or not we are achieving them. So looking at our access to programming, we're looking at expanding those opportunities for both our dual language as well as early learning, expanding our opportunities for elementary specials rotations, and reducing our singleton class tracks at those schools that are impacted today. Looking at class sizes, again, averaging and balancing that out. There are school class sizes that exist today that absolutely do need to be increased because we want to create an opportunity for balance year to year, which creates the stability for our staffing. Then also looking and making sure that we are in compliance with the things that we are legally need to be in compliance for, specifically around our dual language class sizes, creating that long-term stability so that our schools can support the changes in enrollment, whether those are increases due to new construction in our neighborhoods or whether those are decreases due to other fluctuations. We also want to be able to look at our student grouping choices and being able to flexibly group students so that we can better meet their individual needs. And then again, going back to that stability for our staff. Our demographics, we've seen, we do not currently have balance across our schools in terms of demographics. We want this to be something that we maintain, and not simply for the sake of fixing numbers, but because we believe that diversity and inclusion opportunities support our students socially and emotionally, which is a incredibly strong emphasis on a daily practice in our schools, and ensuring that all students have the opportunity to be amongst peers who will help them rise and be successful in their classrooms. Enrollment, again, this is looking at how do we maintain that enrollment with our schools. When we look at schools that are falling under that 300 mark, that would trigger us as a district to say, what do we need to do for that school? Can we maintain that school? Is it fiscally responsible? Is it creating learning conditions where students are able to thrive and have the opportunities that they need? Or is there something else that needs to be done? Facility and capacity usage, again, addressing those long-term needs of our buildings, not by just putting Band-Aids, but by looking at long-term sustainability across our buildings. Not just simple additions that then later go underutilized, or having to add in and move mobile classrooms around, which we've had to do this year. So really trying to look at how we hit our goal in our facility usage so that we can sustain, again, enrollment fluctuations throughout the years and opportunities to expand our programs and community partnerships. The resource allocation, this is an area that we will be looking at regardless of the outcome of the school pairing recommendation. We need to better address how our student needs are met through the distribution of our staff and resources. This is something that we've had a lot of conversations about at our schools with our staff members in our Q&A sessions, because we're looking at how do we, if we are not in a more sustainable model, how do we provide access to those resources that our students need when those needs change on a regular basis. Transportation, again, this is an area where we've showed our data and our plans. Again, later on when you have opportunities for question and discussion, we do have members of our transportation department here in order to look at how we are decreasing our overall average route times for our students, acknowledging that we are increasing the number of students who would be riding the bus or qualified to ride for it. And lastly, it's the student outcomes, which is the heart of what we want to help both academically and social emotionally. We want to be able to address how our students experience success in our schools. Right now, there is a strong correlation between student outcomes and the school in District 59 in which your child attends. That should not exist. And our goal in this work and what equity means to me, and all of these components that we're looking at, is to ensure that regardless of where our children attend in District 59, that they all have access to what they need to be successful, and they have that opportunity to be in a diverse and thriving environment. So we tried to break out and looking at the different impacts of this plan and how we can best address them as we do every year through any change that we monitor for our families. We are looking at increasing, as we said, that the number of students who'd be eligible for transportation, but that overall route time would decrease from 31 to 26 minutes. We also, again, I want to be very transparent that transportation routes are really customized once we actually have a plan in place and know the total number of students that would be riding, et cetera. So looking at this plan that we have currently, that our transportation team has routed and rerouted and really done a lot of work on, would actually reduce our total number of buses needed from 88 to 78. If we wanted to still stay with 88 bus routes, we could even further decrease the transportation number of minutes. So those are trade-offs that we look at, but we know in a year where we've had bus driver shortages, is that something that we want to do, or where we've had some routes that have to be doubled up? Are those, what trade-offs do we want to make? In terms of family considerations, childcare has been feedback that we've received from some of our community members as well, looking at our current partnerships with our park districts. So there was a concern that if I was attending a school outside of the village in which I reside, would I have to pay non-residential park district fees? And the answer is no. We have worked with our park districts and they've all committed to maintain that same fee regardless of where someone lives. We've also looked at our expanding our school communities. So one of the misperceptions that exists currently is the term neighborhood schools. So when we say neighborhood schools, we might interpret that to mean students within a neighborhood can attend the school by which they live. That does not exist for all of our students in District 59. We have some students who leave their neighborhood and travel to other schools because of the services that they need and need to receive. There are not enough students within their neighborhood school to have that program there, and then they travel on the bus to go where they need. So we're looking at expanding our neighborhoods across larger geographic areas, just like we do for our junior highs. So when you look at those boundaries for our 3 junior highs, it's the same concept. You're expanding those neighborhoods and creating a K2, a 3-5, and a 6-8 pathway for our students, which expands that neighborhood, allowing more students to be able to attend with their peers from kindergarten through grade 8. This includes opportunities to provide those social emotional learning supports at developmentally appropriate levels for our students based on their grade level. Looking at transition events that we've already started to discuss and plan for. And I know our leadership team, I want to recognize we have a lot of our principals, assistant principals in the audience tonight, really talking about how we can take some of those events and make them whole neighborhood events and opportunities where students can experience both the K2 and the 3-5 as part of their educational experience and not leave one to go to the other for a variety of events, as well as expanding our PTO opportunities. Scheduling and logistics, this is something that I think we already commit to in terms of our junior highs and our elementaries, trying to ensure that we don't overlap for parent conferences or family events, so people have to make those choices. We want to make it as convenient and as possible, as well as expand that neighborhood feel so that people are attending events together, not having such a stark transition when they get to the junior highs. Registration process is just something that we wanted to throw in there as well, because we begin that process in February for our incoming kindergartners, as well as looking at our OPER transfer request process, which I believe the deadline for those requests are April 15th. Thank you, Ben, for that nod. So again, we acknowledge that we have students in our district whose parents submit requests to me to have an open transfer to another school. So those students also attend schools outside of their neighborhood schools based on approval. We want to also recognize the impact on our staff and prioritize how we support them through this type of change as well. So again, these have been all answers and questions that we've been able to discuss at our various Q&As. We have our last Q&A for our last elementary grouping tomorrow afternoon for Bird and Claremont. But looking at how do we collect that staff input so that we can better identify where staff want to be in terms of grade level and school setting, or even new opportunities that exist in some of our new positions. Should we move forward with this, we would make those decisions in this prior to spring break in the year immediately preceding implementation. And then moving logistics, we've already had received quotes from partners for moving companies. So look at how we can support in terms of minimizing moves, but also supporting teachers through that move. And our facilities department is already looking at that. And then we talked earlier about those supervision opportunities so that we can ensure smooth arrival and dismissal times. So having that increased supervision at our K2 and 3-5 schools before and after school. And then looking at new opportunities for staff at that new specials rotation in our K2, 3-5 pairings as well. That might be opportunities that people would like to take. In terms of facilities, looking at renovations, additional elementary gym space. This is something that's actually been discussed by the board's facility and finance committee. This is really a need that came out even prior to talking about school pairings. We just recognize the ability to really serve students across a school. Many of our elementary schools are just really under-equipped with adequate gym space for PE instruction. So we would want to look at that regardless of how we move forward on a school-by-school basis, as well as looking at if we're repurposing Ridge. Portion of that school already had been designed to serve students in early learning, but we would want to look at what else we would need to do in order to repurpose that. We've looked with our architects at no cost to us or to the board at looking at how we might improve those outdoor spaces, for example, in terms of serving our early learners. Then we're also looking at, and again, this is really regardless of our school pairing initiative, but looking at our resource center upgrades. If we did move to school pairings, we would want to make sure that our learning resource centers were best outfitted for the grade levels in which they served. But those are definitely spaces that have been on a long range plan to look at upgrading for all of our schools. As well as looking at that partnership with a one-time cost for moving costs, and then long-term looking at those additional supervision stipends for teachers to provide before and after school care or some of our support staff. Looking at our implementation timeline, the recommendation based on our feedback is looking at implementing in 23-24 school year. This is something for the board to discuss. When we looked for staff feedback, it was relatively split. There was a portion that was really said no preference. There was a slightly larger portion that did say they would like the 2-year phase in. The one piece that I would ask the board to consider in looking at an earlier implementation, I think the administrative team felt very strongly about once we know that what we can have and what problems can be addressed through this plan, they would like it sooner rather than later. But we also recognize that those moves on our earliest kindergarten, incoming kindergarten for next year, would be most negatively impacted in terms of those extra transitions. So we were hoping to not put that on our earliest learners. So looking at our next steps, we are looking for board to discuss and then take action in December. And then what we would do for the remainder of the school year, we want to put out a family transportation survey so we can better understand. We don't do this on a regular basis, and it's something that I would recommend we do regardless of how we move forward, to really understand how many students qualify for busing versus how many families actually intend on utilizing bus as their transportation. Then we would roll out our staff survey for their placement, looking at our transition activities through the remainder of winter and the spring, as well as conducting informational meetings for our families once we know the final plan and able to share more information with them. And then I have a variety of slides here that are additional resources that I think we can look through as the board has questions. Some of these include what the current demographic pieces are versus in the final recommendation and how that would make some movement to help us achieve our goal of balance. So we have these resource slides in here as well. But with that, I want to just take a quick moment to thank our team of administrators who have worked to put together a lot of data, as well as continuing the great work that they're doing within their departments. So I feel that while this has been, the results of this work is unknown at this point, I think what we've spent our time doing is better understanding what our current challenges are. This is one opportunity and a comprehensive one that we could look at long-term to address these needs. But if we don't move forward with that, the reality is the problems don't go away. And it's not just a curriculum issue. It's a lot of other things that play into this system. And we would want to quickly explore then, okay, what other things will we continue to do in that status quo scenario so that we can continue to move the needle in terms of this work. So I want to thank our team, SLT. I want to thank our administrative team, our principals, assistant principals who have been having a lot of conversations, supporting staff, supporting their families with questions and information. I also want to thank all of our teachers who have come out to our Q&A sessions and been really committed to understanding the process, as well as our equity task force members who contributed their time voluntarily to be a part of that process. I know I just want to recognize as well, Dr. Ossel was not able to be with us tonight, but she is on Zoom with us, as well as Mr. Crapper on there as well. So Mr. Crapper is online as well and available should the board have any questions specifically for him. But I want to thank all of those who have contributed to this work and better understanding what the needs of the district are from a lot of in-depth perspectives. There is not one easy answer, and there is a lot of impact when it comes to how we serve 6,000 students and how we prioritize which solutions will best meet their needs in the long term for our community.
And before we jump in, just to clarify, this will be available. This presentation will be available.
As always, all presentations are published very quickly after ours. It's being translated and will be available on our website for our families.
And oh, I'm sorry, we can't do questions from the audience. Dr. Bresnahan, shall we, I know we're having a discussion like in section 8 of the agenda. Do you want questions now, or can we do
So what
that,
I
like as part of the board discussion?
I thought what we might do is just flow right into discussion because we have it up in front of us rather than disconnect. There will be a little bit of additional information that I'll add in at the board discussion item on the agenda, but I'm totally comfortable with everyone, if the board is okay with that, with conducting the discussion now before going into consent.
Okay.
I'd just like to say that I agree with many of the things that you said, but this is so much to understand at one time. Right now, there's no way I could make a decision on this at this point because there's just so many different points of view in different areas that you've gotten into that I didn't even think was a problem in our district. As far as what I consider a neighborhood school, just so that everybody understands what I'm talking about, I agree that a neighborhood school is in your own neighborhood, but any school that you are in, that you stay in and your children stay in and together for their whole elementary or middle school or whatever, to me is a neighborhood school. When I went to public school in Chicago, I went to my elementary school just a couple blocks from where I lived, but my high school wasn't anywhere near where I lived, but that was my neighborhood school. So I think any place that your children are is considered a neighborhood school. That to me is what neighborhood is. I was not aware that we were having any problem with not having enough gyms. That's something completely new to me. And let's see, I wrote down as many notes as I could think of, but I can't get them all. Some of the 8 areas that you have shown to be inequitable, as far as I'm concerned, are the same as they have been for the 3 decades or more that I've been on the board. So I don't consider them inequitable at all. I consider them, we handle the problem that comes along and we solve it in the best way. As I say, we've had boundary committees and different committees, and you're not going to change completely whatever these 8 things are. They just aren't all changeable. Let's see. Some of the things are because of the way our district is populated. You can't change it. That's it. We can just have to work to try to improve things. I think that there is more suggested for this year than the group can handle. But we did solve one problem, the suggestion that Grove is overcrowded, although it's been overcrowded as long as I've been on the board. I mean, it's just the way the neighborhood runs. But we can move that one group from Grove over to home, so that would help a little bit. To me, we should try to make changes one at a time instead of the whole business, because it's just too difficult even to understand it. So rather than trying to correct all things at the same time, I think would be advantageous for us to choose 2 areas, whatever those 2 areas are, and work on those first, and then keep moving on to different areas. And to me, the first thing that we should be working on is curriculum, because curriculum has been a problem for as long as I can remember.
Mardell, if I could just say that curriculum is not identified in the 8 areas because it is something that is prioritized for the strategic plan and already well underway.
It's been prioritized for the last 4 years and it hasn't gotten anywhere except the math. I know that Susan is working on it, and I'm waiting for that paper on the different grade levels and what you're going to do with language arts, and I still haven't seen it, but I'm working. I'm happy to that. And I think if you're going to work with somebody on something, it might be good to see if there's anything that you can do to help Susan with the curriculum, because curriculum is very important.
We work every day.
Okay, I'm glad to hear it. Well, then we should
Let me-
take another 3 years to finish it. It should certainly be accomplished a lot sooner than that.
Let me ask, can I jump in with questions about the actual plan, or can I ask a question about the plan?
Yeah, and Robert, after, please ask your question. And then I had a comment that is a comment of president and the vice president just about the equity journey to clarify before we get into our more detailed
Why don't you go
discussion. Okay.
I
Okay.
have so much more that I could say, but before I can say anything more, I have to understand and read this whole thing through. Just listening to it now, I can't comment on all the different parts of it.
Can I ask the board,
Go
is there anything that was new to you tonight? Was there
There's-
new information that you're seeing for the first time tonight?
So no, we've had this for over a week to read through the final recommendation and prepare. And
I haven't
the
had this for over a week to read.
we've
all
we've had
Oh,
it
I
for a
didn't-
week.
We've all had it.
We've all had it.
This is the first I've heard this.
It was,
And I don't want it on my computer.
Yeah.
I'm not a young computer person. I want it on paper. I want it printed.
So I'm going to go ahead and make the statement that we wanted to start off with in this equity conversation. So as President Reed and myself are responsible by our offices for board discussions, we wanted to clarify a comment from board discussions at the last board meeting, just to make sure we were clear to the public what the relationship is between the district and Cropper, as well as Dr. Bresnahan and Cropper. There was just a comment made, speculative, off the cuff at the last board meeting that asked, I wonder if you, directed at Dr. Bresnahan, has some kind of pre-existing relationship with Cropper. And we thought it was very important that you understand, like you, the public, the administration, everyone be on the same page as to the relationship of the district with Cropper. So I've collected the facts behind that relationship and just wanted to share them with you. So District 59 has had a relationship with Cropper under the two prior superintendents, Dr. Schwiers and Dr. Fessler. In 2012, under Dr. Schwiers, Cropper conducted a comprehensive demographic survey for 59. In December 2020, which was under Superintendent Dr. Fessler, the Facility and Finance Committee recommended a demographic study. The committee got 4 proposals. They interviewed 2 of these demographic firms. One of those was Cropper. The board, which at the time included, I believe, 5 of us. Robert, I'm trying to think if you were with, yes, you were. Well, anyway, the board included Ms. Schumacher, Ms. Petrielli, Mr. Reed, and myself. There was a unanimous vote at that time to approve Cropper because they presented the best proposal, the most comprehensive, and we had a generally positive experience working with them in the past. So that approval happened on February 8th, 2021. Dr. Bresnahan began as superintendent in District 59 on July 1st, 2021. This board had already made that selection before she arrived here. So when she came, that was the demographer District 59 had worked with in the past and the demographer that District 59 had chosen. So just finally, at her prior district, Dr. Bresnahan did not have a professional relationship with Cropper. She was introduced to them through District 59. So in case there was any confusion on this point, I just wanted to make sure that was clear, and we'll proceed with discussion.
Sure. Let me ask some questions about the plan and what was presented. I'm going to direct this one to Ms. Savage, and if you're not the proper person, just point the finger and let me know where to go. What is stopping teachers from collaborating across schools today?
Okay, so we currently, the way that our schools are set up, we've discussed that we have the wide variances in enrollment and programming across the district. So what often happens in many of our schools is that we've talked about this, we have singletons.
Mm-hmm.
So those teachers at their buildings are working by themselves potentially, and there may be another 2 that might be able to collaborate, and we try to get them together, but there's differences among the programming, among the work that they're doing. We also are looking for opportunities, as many as we can, when we have opportunities to institute days to get those teachers together when we can, but on a daily basis with the absolute core, which is implementing our core curricular resources. They need to be using that data, that formative data, daily, weekly, as teams to measure the impact on how our curriculum is working with our students. Right now, we are currently not set up for that to work efficiently in our schools. The other piece, this is a little bit tangential, but I think it is related, is we're talking a lot about collaboration. We're talking a lot about effective implementation of curriculum. And when we have wide varieties within a building and across our district from building to building, it's very, very difficult for teachers to implement and do what we call differentiation, which is working at the level of the grade. But when you have, say, one classroom that has 27 students with many, many below grade level, and then you have another classroom that has a small class, potentially even in the same building, that teacher can do some of that work, but then that teacher might be on their own, and they might not be able to partner and group and work together and look at that student data as a grade level and make those changes. So there are, and I'm speaking from my lens now, working through curriculum very, very deeply, but I'm also very aware of what that looks like from the principal lens as my former role here in the district as a principal. Working at that level at the building and trying to work within the different sizes of classes, programming you have, without that consistency and that scale at the grade level makes it very, very difficult to get really strong momentum at improving those student outcomes on a daily basis.
I think as a follow-up question to that, we talked about based on expanded question based on collaboration. With the expanded specials rotation we're talking about, we now have 3 grades instead of 6 grades at an elementary school. How will that work from a special perspective if we're trying to integrate the kids within a single grade? We can't do that with 3 grades in specials. I mean, I'm kind of confused on how will that work with collaboration? And because the way I'm seeing is half the kids from one grade would go to special at one time, half would go at another time. And I don't know if that's for you or for.
Yeah, I can start, and feel free, Dr. Bresnahan, if you want to chime in as well. What we did was we did pull a team together, as Dr. Bresnahan shared, with elementary representatives, with specials teachers to look at our current schedule and look at ways that we would improve it in a pairing model. And no matter what, we're always going to make improvements no matter what happens. But looking at that situation, we went, okay, we would then be able to add that additional rotation, which would be, we would have like we said, baby STEM or another type of elective offering or enrichment offering at the elementary schools. Those, then you could take the number of students and you could split those sections and they could all go to specials at the same time so that those teachers would have that collaboration at the same time. That would allow a team of specials teachers to implement courses for every grade. So kids would be going to different things for each period of time, and that would rotate. That would also allow our specials teachers to have common collaboration time at the building. And with a consistent enrollment that you're looking at per school, we'd be able to create very, very tight and sort of consistent elementary schedules across K2 and across 3-5. So then we would have the opportunity for, say, music teachers to collaborate, jump on a Zoom together, because right now their schedules do not allow for that. So that would increase collaboration time for those teachers, specials, as well as it would maintain that 60 minutes for classroom teachers.
So as a follow-up question then, so let's say we send all our kindergartners to, a special rotation. Let's say it's 45 minutes to an hour. There's 3 of those, plus add a teacher collaboration for an hour. The school day is over 6 hours long. Yeah. What happens with those teachers for the other 2 hours from the special perspective?
We worked with the specials team to craft out to get started on a special schedule that would have 3 hours of instruction. They'd have their lunch, they'd have plan. And then we're also looking at how could we utilize that staff. PE could potentially add some more time built in. They'd have an additional rotation. And there could be other opportunities where the specials teams could work with groups of students, and we could build that out within the schedule. So there could be other enrichment opportunities or opportunities also for our specials teacher teams to be supporting our schools in other ways during the day, social emotional activities, grouping, supports for classroom teachers. So with that extra hour and a bit or whatever that is. I have to look at that exact minutes that we looked at as a team, but we didn't get too far because we wanted to just get some general ideas. And should this be approved, then we would sit down and craft out our schedules minute by minute, as we typically do every school year.
So they could actually help be in interventions or something like that.
They could support in that manner. Absolutely. They could do a wide variety of things at the building level. Right now, our current elementary schedule is very, very tight. It's very, very busy from the minute students enter the school until the second they leave. And it would be really a way to kind of, I call it like easing that environment in a school where it isn't as rushed. Additionally, our special teachers could support for in the morning when students are coming in that window of time, for AM and PM when students are entering the building and exiting the building. They could be more hands on deck to support that. And we could be able to work through the schedule in that manner.
Yeah, just for note, the current schedule and one of the challenges that we're facing for our specials teachers is the lack of transition time between classes. So if a PE class has to swap out from a kindergarten to a fifth grade, which looks very different instructionally, there's really no time for the transition to occur. Same thing with library, art, music, etc. So this new schedule will allow for some of that transition time. One of the other things our special teachers really shared is that we have some students that have check-in, check-out as one of their interventions. So the opportunity, with no transition time, there's no opportunity for our special teachers to even do that on an individual basis for students who have those needs. So this would expand that time and put in a lot of that buffer and kind of that slower, less rushed pace to allow for some of those relationship building pieces, SEL pieces, as well as just their own instructional practices and being prepared for their transition of classes.
Question about class sizes. What is the ideal class size?
20.
I can speak to that. In the plan, I would say ideal starts with consistent across all of our schools. I think too small is not ideal. I think too large is not ideal. In the recommended plan, we have a K2 class size range of 17 to 23, and for 3rd through 5th, 22 through 28. But we very rarely see those numbers. Our class sizes in District 59 are incredibly small, but they're not efficient. So we want to keep them low and efficient across the district.
But if we were to ask, and I don't know if we know the answer, but if we were to ask staff, what's that ideal? Because I don't know. I think a lot of times you talk to parents and they don't know how many kids are in the class, or it's 30. I think there's 30 kids in my kids' class, or they guess. But from a staff perspective, what is that magic number? Just so I can understand. Is it 20? Is it 18? Is it?
Yeah, I don't know if there's a magic number, but there's definitely a low threshold and a high threshold. When you're getting below, you're getting below like 19, 18, you're really starting to limit that opportunity within that classroom to provide that flexible groupings and the differences with students working together. Then when you get up a little bit higher into the 20s and higher 20s, then you start to get that sense of stress and pressure in the room with the inability to work through multiple groupings during the day and fitting that in. I can see that, but I don't think there's a magic one number, but there's that low threshold that creates almost like a sort of a flatter environment in a classroom without that dynamicism that you really want to see. And then at the higher level, it becomes too stressful where the teacher's trying to fit in multiple groups. And then we're really trying to problem solve how to meet the needs of everybody in that classroom.
Because right now, I understand the goal is to cut off the extremes, the 9 student classrooms, the 33 student classrooms. But even if we look at it in ranges, and if we're looking at it, let's just take 3 to 5. If it's 22 to 28 kids would be the range. There's still going to be the 30-person classroom when all of a sudden there are new kids, right? Are we still going to be sailing down that?
I can speak to that. When you have an elementary school that has 1 kindergarten class and there's 24 students, when 3 students move in, they're all going in that class. When you have a school that has 3 or 4 kindergarten classes with 18 and 5 kids move in, it balances out nicely. I will tell you, in rolling up our current numbers, just saying current first graders to second, just in terms of math, the range next year there'd be a difference of 16 students We'd have classes at 10 and classes at 26. But that would change. In a K2 setting, the range would only have a difference of 6 for some of our classes and 9 at the most for some of our other classes. But you also get that economy of scale of more sections, which allows you to handle those fluctuations when neighborhoods do, as we anticipate, start to turn over a little bit, or if we have move-ins to our community because of a new housing complex or whatnot. So
I think also to that, Robert, is it's not only the size, it's the class makeup. So the economy of scale both plays out when you talk about adding new students and balancing out across, but it also balances out when you have the ability to flexibly move students between sections based on groupings within a classroom. When you have the ability, every year, principals with teachers, they schedule their kids for the next year. So they see which groups of students would work. If I'm in a singleton, there is one class. There is the same kids from K to 1 to 2 to 3 to 4 to 5. So there's never that opportunity to redistribute or to flexibly group outside of that singleton classroom. So it's both a numbers, but it's also the makeup. And I would say if you asked a teacher, makeup probably plays just as big of a factor as the actual numbers of students.
So since the reduction of singletons or the attempt to eliminate singletons and the ability for collaboration is the strength of this plan. Prior versions had the Polish program split, which would produce singletons, but this version does not. Is that correct?
Correct. And that was one of the things when we really looked at trying to balance out how do we get more people closer to where they geographically live to create that neighborhood feel, as opposed to everyone always traveling from one part of the district to the other. But what we heard from feedback from both staff and from families in our program were that singletons, they'd rather stay together and at least have a partner, which I really think speaks to the whole purpose of this plan, is that teachers care about having partners across their grade levels in their programs so that they can collaborate. That is directly tied to the success of a curriculum implementation. Those are directly tied. The success of our curriculum and to Susan's point, the ability to collaborate around student data and information and student success and lesson planning, those things are directly linked educationally speaking.
And I can tell you as an educator, I am stronger because I had a colleague next door. So when I was teaching a class for the first time, I could ask them, hey, what did you cover today? Here's how far I got. Here's the example I did. And I would not be the educator I am today if I did not have a partner.
Just to add a little bit more detail, as I'm hearing this conversation, collaboration means people working together. Our teachers are amazing at collaboration. You could have a third grade teacher working with a music teacher. And yes, that happens all the time. When we are speaking to collaboration in this sense, we're saying a first grade teacher at Juliet Low has another first grade teacher next to them every single day at the same time. They can come together. They can partner together. They can problem solve together. They can cope together. They can celebrate together. Mm-hmm. That is, when we say collaboration, I want to be very clear. That in this plan is available for all teachers in their program area and grade level at every school. And our staff have been very vocal about that being something they need to be successful for our kids.
And on top of that, it's directly tied to our MTSS system. So when teachers get together for MTSS, they are problem solving around student needs based on data. When you are doing that as a singleton or in isolation, it is much less opportunity and feedback and impact than it is when you have an entire team that's problem solving together. And so this would create that professional learning community time for our educators to have together to implement the curriculum, then to address student needs through our MTSS system. So all of those moving parts that were mentioned tonight about what we need for our kids are contingent upon the environment we create for our teachers to teach and our students to learn. So that is the connection between this work and all of those things that we do not disagree on. We agree. These are the things that we need to address within our system.
May I speak?
Mm-hmm.
I wanted to part of what I'm going to tell you relates to what you just heard. But I wanted to show you that I was invited to come over to Bird School on Veterans Day for the 5th grade concert. And it was and just look at this program. This was done by one of the girls in 5th grade. It's beautiful, absolutely beautiful. The concert was all 5th graders, all 3 or 2 or 3, however many they have 5th graders. And they had solos and they sang together. And it is the best child choir that I have heard in ages. So all the things that we hear that are wrong in our district isn't always wrong all the time. And this was an example of it. It was perfect, absolutely perfect. That was on Wednesday. I was there for that. Then I was invited to come back.
Mardell, we do have a topic later about talking about board updates.
I'm going to continue.
So you're going to bring us into the equity discussion?
Yes,
then? Okay.
I am. I was invited to come back on, I don't know, Thursday or Friday, whatever, I can't remember, because I gave the veterans program that my husband used to give. He was a veteran from the Korean War, and he used to give it at Claremont every year to all of the 4th graders. I have, since he died 3 years ago, I have been doing his program, pretending to be him, and giving the program to the 4th graders at this now. I'm not doing it at Claremont anymore. I used to do it at Claremont, but now I'm doing it at Bird. So I did that at Bird on Friday. I've got to tell you, as far as how many people there were 60 students in my class. I had no problem with 60 students. They paid attention. They listened. They asked questions. I had little stickers to pass out to them, and they waited their turn, and everything was fine. It was a wonderful program. I didn't have to collaborate with anybody. When I was a teacher, I taught 6th, 7th, and 8th grade. I never collaborated with anybody on how I was going to do my class. I taught 3 different programs, 3 different subjects. So all of the things that you've just been hearing might work for some teachers, and some teachers might need to collaborate. Other teachers can go ahead and do their work without anybody helping them or whatever. I was friendly with everybody, but that didn't mean I was collaborating with them. The only time I had to go make a complete change was I taught 6th, 7th, and 8th grade. But the 2nd grade teacher was a piano player who came up to the 8th grade, 7th grade chorus and played the piano for the chorus, and I had to go down to the 2nd grade to teach art to her students. And I needed a little help there because I thought that they could tie a knot by 2nd grade to make a Christmas ornament, and they don't know how to tie knots in 2nd grade, and I didn't know that.
All right, so let's.
So I had to learn that. But everybody collaborating with everybody isn't the way it's done in every school, and every teacher doesn't need somebody to collaborate with. Maybe once in a while, but not all the time. But
Okay.
at any rate,
Hold on.
Bird
Okay.
was wonderful.
Let me-
And we have some wonderful things going on in our schools right now.
Just ask a follow-up question about the collaboration. So if we were to have a consistent schedule across elementary schools, is there an opportunity like for our schools as is for teachers to collaborate like on Zoom or have some kind of different platform for collaboration?
So are you talking about it in our current model?
In our current model.
Right now, the schedules don't line up because each building has different numbers of sections at each grade level. So each teacher is actually working a very different schedule and different workload across our specials areas, depending on which elementary school they're in. So no, that does not currently exist.
And as a follow-up to that, does anyone really believe Zoom is a good way to collaborate?
Not authentically and not over long periods of time, I would say. In a pinch, yes, but not ideal. I think we learned that.
Let me ask. Oh, go no. I've been talking too much. Go, Patty.
Can I, you said that if we don't do it next year, that kindergarten will be affected. Wouldn't that still happen if we
Yes.
delayed it a year?
There will be a grade level. Well,
There's always going to be something.
there will
that's
be
gonna
a group.
affected,
Yes.
No matter when we roll it out.
Yes.
So
Yes.
is it urgent that we push it for next year and not hold it so it's done 100% and families can get used to it by doing it the following year?
What do you mean by families could get used to it?
Well, it's like they can start seeing what's going to be rolled out, what's going to be affecting them, how things actually, so that they can get time to adjust. And we can make sure that we have everything 100% in place if we took that extra year to actually get it all in place.
I think you could argue either sides for sure. And I think we've been floating on that the entire time. I think the conversation that we've experienced, and I don't know if any of our principals want to contribute at all, but the current state of where we are versus what we know we could achieve is the sense of urgency, educationally speaking. So when we think about, I mean, I just heard someone say we need to get all our curriculum done by next year. So and there's no way we can do that, right? So
I don't know where you
but we
heard that,
want
but I
it in
didn't say
terms,
that.
what we want to do is in terms of moving our system forward. I think the other piece that we heard in terms of our teachers who are in the greatest need are the biggest advocates for being able to move this forward sooner rather than later, based on what could be and versus what we currently have. That was the input that we received and was shared at our Q&A sessions, as well as through other data.
And Ross, I have a question for you. Thank you, Terry. I have a question for you. Staffing. How are we in staffing? Are we having as difficult a time? Are we able to get the staff that we need? When I looked at the sheet, I was pleasantly surprised that we didn't have as many people that we had to replace, or that we had as many openings. So I'm wondering if that's starting to get a little leveled off for us in the areas of need that we have. And if we need extra support, are we able to hire extra support for those people, those kids that actually need that extra help?
Sure. Few questions in there. If I don't answer one, let me know. Are you referring to the consent agenda, the HR piece,
Yes.
the sheet?
Yes.
That is partially because of the time of year. In school districts, there aren't really and shouldn't be resignations and hires mid-year. We are not currently fully staffed. I'm not aware of a district in the area that is fully staffed. We are fortunate that districts that did not have interventionists, that did not have coaches, that did not have supports, they were able to temporarily hire them with funds. We've had those positions. We just need to use them in a more efficient manner. We do, circling back to singletons, we have staff that request transfers because they don't want to be in a singleton. We have a school next year that if we do nothing, 5 teachers will be at different grade levels. 2 will be in a different building, only because the classes aren't there. If you're a teacher, especially a new teacher, and you teach 3 different grades in 4 years before we have to make a decision on tenure, you don't have 3 or 4 years experience. You have 1 year experience. And that's just a high burnout rate. So I believe we have the staffing. We just don't have the ability to utilize it in a way that prevents us, or that allows us to say we're fully staffed. But right now we have a vacancy in one of our dual language programs, and we cannot fill it. We're looking for December grads. That's our next stage of work. We've been working on it very closely, and then we will start hiring for next year pretty much right after winter break.
And if you are a new teacher coming in, one of the bonuses I can see is that you have teachers that are experienced that you would be able to collaborate with. That to me is huge.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Let me ask a transportation question. One of the concerns that I had when I saw the plan today, and I want to make sure I understand it right too. When we talk about siblings, the older sibling that walks the younger sibling to school, if I understand it right, the older sibling would walk younger sibling to school and then get on a bus at younger sibling school to take them to their school, to their paired school, right? So I just want to make sure that I understand this correctly, because sometimes, is it going to be then the responsibility of school A and the staff at school A to ensure that a child that doesn't go to their school gets on the bus to go to school B?
Yes, that will be included in there. I think that is why it's so important that we have a better understanding of what the transportation needs are. When we ran an analysis this year of how many families, if we were to do this today, how many families have siblings that would fall into a K2 and a 3-5 school? Tell me if my number's off. I think we were at 337 families out of, I mean, we have 6,000 students, so those are families, right, impacting multiple kids. So in any given year, if we average that out, those are the students that we look at. I think that we have to understand too that when siblings are not always together. Once kids go to our junior highs, there's a transition that occurs. There's change of plans, change of transportation, change of busing needs, change of start times, end times, and again, we adjust to that. Our families are used to that and plan accordingly, and we support them through that. The initial piece, of course, it's a change. It's different. The long term, if that's the way we set up our schools, which many schools are set up that way, that's then becomes the norm. So we would plan to the best of our ability to support through that process.
And just a worry and concern that I have, more of a comment, is obviously when we talk about transportation, I do not want any child on a bus for an hour, right? We do not want that. I think we all agree. Nobody wants that. But I'm also concerned about having a child wait at a school maybe longer. So maybe they're not necessarily sitting on a bus, but they're sitting inside the school waiting a little bit longer because of the change. And I know we talked about extended supervision, but maybe we can get a little more detail on that. Because right now I believe it's just 10 minutes before the school starts. Is that the staff supervision part? And if we extend it, what does that look like?
Yeah, it varies slightly because we have breakfast, and so it runs differently at different schools. There's contractual time for teachers, but then there's supervision time that we pay additional for staff to be there in order to supervise during those pieces, during the arrival and dismissal. So those are all things that we're building in. I don't know if Mary, you want to add anything about that or what you've looked at in terms of transportation?
So we currently have like a 25-minute buffer at the startup of the day for students to have breakfast. In this case, our younger kids would be dropped off first, since it probably may take them longer to get situated. And then our 3rd through 5th graders would be dropped off second, since they move probably a little bit faster. In the afternoon, one school would be picked up first. Again, our younger kids, and that bus will then go directly to the next school to pick up the older students.
Can I ask a follow-up? I'm sorry. on transportation, I know we talked a little bit about construction costs. Would any of the schools today need outside parking lot construction to accommodate more buses?
We have Albert here, and I know that was something that they looked at along with our architects and deciding, again, at no cost to the district. So Albert, would you like to answer?
Yes, currently, no, not at this point.
Okay.
We do not envision that at all.
Okay,
good. So add some transportation.
I was just going to ask because this plan uses 78 buses versus 88 because it somehow packs the buses more efficiently. There's a bus driver shortage. So if I've got 10 extra bus drivers, could I then split routes to make them even shorter?
Yes, and I'll let Mary answer that because those are the balancing things that I think she does on a regular basis looking at them.
So again, transportation it is, comes together with many variables. The occupancy of a school bus is 84 passengers, which we're not using currently. The routes that we created are way below that. But yes, to answer your question, yes, that would alleviate 10 more drivers that we can then shorten some routes if need be.
So I just want to ask a question. It just sounds like a silly question, but if we're having a family with a K2 and a 3-5 student go to one school, they're getting bused over to the school. That's not another bus route, is it? They're going to use the existing bus route of someone's dropping off kids at the K2 then going on to 3-5?
Right. So what's generally going to happen is we pick up kids in a geographical area for both schools. they're going to ride the bus if both students, both kindergarten and fifth grader qualify for busing, they will both get on the bus and the bus will drop off at one school and then the other.
What if the fifth grader doesn't qualify for busing? They would.
Then that's where the question that Mr. Mancia said. The older brother could walk the student with him to his attending school, and there's the
No, maybe
option
the other
of,
way around. The K through 2 student qualifies for busing, but
Yes.
the fifth grader does not. So
Mhm.
theoretically, the kindergarten K through 2 student get on the bus.
he can get on the bus at his bus stop, or he can walk with his brother to the home school.
Well,
And
he won't be
take
able
the-
to because if you look at let's use the Bird Claremont.
Mhm.
So Bird Claremont K2 is Claremont, right? So the fifth grader would live, the family would live within walking distance to Bird, so it would qualify for walking distance to Bird.
Right.
But the kindergarten would take the bus can the fifth grader ride with the parent and take the whole bus route and then get out at Bird School then?
No.
No, okay.
I have something to say. So regarding to that, will it be more better if we had different starting schedules then?
We looked at that originally, and I think when we do that, then we're looking at different pickup times for bus stops. And so being able to pick up both siblings at the same time at the same stop was the preferred. So we could look at, I will say in my previous district, we started off that way because that's what parents, they wanted that. And then after the first year, it didn't play out as big of a need in the community. So I think we want to be responsive just as we are. I want to just stay really focused though on a couple of things, is that we've talked so much about student outcomes, and transportation is one of our areas that we want to improve. It is challenging. It is not our main function.
Right.
And so while we want to work with our families and we want to work with our community partners to make our schools as accessible as possible, I think what we do within the classroom in the instructional day has to continue to be our priority.
Are there any other questions I'd like to ask? Oh,
Just-
yeah, sorry, you have a question?
Just a follow-up on the teacher collaboration and so forth. I don't want the teachers in the audience to think that I don't think you should collaborate, because if you want to collaborate, by all means, collaborate. And if there's something that you need and you think somebody might be able to help you, wonderful. On the other hand, teachers, when they graduate from college, should be able to go in and teach, period. That's how I started out. I certainly didn't have any collaborator. I was completely on my own to do everything I did. And I taught 3 different subjects at the junior high level. So I think some of these things we can't say they must be this way or they must be that way, because it depends on the people. It depends on the instruction that you got in college. It depends on what subject you're teaching and what grade you're teaching and so forth. I think what has to be done, however, is that the superintendent or Mrs. Savage, whoever is in charge of the curriculum, should say what has to be done so that the teacher knows exactly what they're supposed to teach. And if there's anything in specific way that they want it taught, they have to be told. Then it's up to the principal and the assistant principal, anybody else who's a resource person in the schools, to check in with certain teachers and make sure that they are teaching the way they're supposed to teach. No 2 teachers are going to teach alike. Everybody's going to teach according to your own personality. And one day you'll be a little bit better than another day. But that's life. That one day you're a happier mother or a happier father or wife or husband or whatever it is. Our lives are not the same every day.
Okay.
So
I do want to
can I do a follow-up on both the construction and the transportation? So on the construction piece first, I'm not sure who this is for, but I did note that when we talked about reconfiguring schools in the recommendation, it had adjusting Ridge to be an ELC, but I didn't see anything addressing like whether you were then a K2 or a 3-5 and changes that would need. I know we said like ELC might need some reconfigurations, but are we thinking that all of the schools have what they need to like if they're designated as K2, they'd be ready to be a K2, or if they're 3-5.
I'll answer that, and then I'll let Albert contribute as well. There is nothing that we need to do at any of our buildings to that is required. Early learning has very required specifics. The one thing that we did look at and got some input on was kindergarten classroom space and creating larger learning spaces for our kindergartners, which was one of the factors that we looked at to determine whether a school was better fit for a K2 or a 3-5. So ultimately, we could add additional bathrooms into those classrooms. We could take down some walls to make larger classroom spaces, but those are not required in order to run those. And we have many of our classes at any grade level running in typical classrooms across the district.
Yeah.
So yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, no, I was gonna. That's perfect. That's exactly correct.
So it'd be
we-
like the category of like want renovations versus need. Okay.
Correct.
Okay. And then on the transportation piece, I think the piece, and I appreciate Mary and Dr. Bresnahan and everyone else who have answered my many questions on the transportation. I think what I'm trying to understand, and there's so many moving parts to it, but just trying to understand that when we produce this model that says this number of minutes, like what's the margin of error between that model and the reality? And I did get some feedback back about, this is what qualifies as a late bus. It has to be late by something like more than 10 minutes, right? And that it looks like, I thought I copied these from my reference, but like some stats on that piece. But I think what I'm trying to understand is if you can give me like a ballpark of here's our current model, what the numbers fit out to be like our best travel times as it is currently, and then what our actuals are, so we can understand like what's that margin of error between the model and like when the bus actually pulls in. So then we can apply like a similar margin to the current model that says we're going to improve. And I truly hope that's the case. I would just like to understand like what's our margin of thinking that data could fluctuate.
So the current routes that we created, we've added that buffer time for students to load the bus, to unload the bus, and the system counts it based on the number of students that are on that particular route. So the way they're routed now, I would say the margin of error is, 5 minutes, but it's very close. The system puts it very close to what a driver would do. That's why when we send out busing information, we give parents the pickup time very similar to what the driver will be at the pickup time.
Yeah.
And Courtney, just to add to that, statistically, what we have tracked is, so when a bus is more than 10 minutes outside its designated time, then we designate it as late. That typically happens, Mary, correct me if I'm wrong, because we have to combine routes. We have a driver that calls in. So we have 2 data points that we've looked at and collected this year. So like, for example, in the month of August, when we're just beginning, slightly over 10%, and same thing for September, slightly over 10% of our routes ran late. In the month of October, it was only 3% of our routes ran late. The number of combined routes in September, 11% of our routes had to become combined. And in October, 10% of our routes had to be combined. So I think that 10% plus or minus, at least in those extremes that impact our ability to actually run the routes as planned.
Yeah, that's helpful.
And the August, September, we figured out what routes were running late, and then we decided some routes had to be combined because we just didn't have the drivers to provide to each route.
Okay. And is this then also an ongoing Thank you. Is this also an ongoing adjustment process where, I mean, obviously you're going to have those drivers who call in and on a daily basis you may have to combine, but if you're noticing within the system as it currently is that this route is consistently late, like, do you have the ability to change that in the middle of the school year? Is that too disruptive to, I guess, do you change that in the middle of the school year?
We don't combine the routes in the middle of the school year. Depending on the day, we decide today we need to combine these routes because we don't have enough drivers to cover them. But do we combine them? We already did that at the beginning of the school year when we determined what routes were not going to be able to be covered, and that these routes were the ones that made the most sense to combine.
Okay.
Mm.
Appreciate it.
I'd like to kind of go into the ELS portion, and currently we have it housed at Rupley, and the proposed plans has it break up between Rupley and Salt Creek. And I know a lot of it is kind of age-based, but not really age-based. It's built more based on needs. And how will that work? I'm a little concerned that by breaking up, that we're going to be taking some resources at some students, maybe at one school and put them in another school, and how that'll work.
So, and Dr. Ossel is on Zoom, and so I know she can definitely chime in. This has been some pretty extensive work in collaborating with the teachers of the current ELS program. And one of our current teachers was actually on the equity task force as well. So I think the idea is those competing things of where are the benefits and opportunities where they would want to be with their grade level peers versus where they're more programmatic, where they would need to be, more self-contained in an environment that offered, additional resources. So I think it's being much more responsive to the needs of the students and hopefully creating more opportunities for them to have inclusive opportunities with their grade level peers to the greatest extent possible. And I will turn it over to Dr. Ossel.
Reminder, we have students with disabilities that we serve in all of our schools in District 59. Those with more specialized and intense needs are part of that ELS program, our Educational Life Skills program, which is currently at Rupley and Holmes Junior High. In this recommendation, we would want to make sure that our ELS classes had opportunities with their same age peers. So that's why we would have classes at both Rupley as the primary and Salt Creek as the intermediate. However, we also know that our program numbers and our student needs fluctuate every year. So in this model at Rupley and at Salt Creek, there would be potential for extra classrooms at each space so that as those numbers and needs may change, we would have options for where we house classrooms. We also know that students in ELS need access to great equipment, sensory rooms, certain outdoor spaces. And so those are pieces that we would really think about which students need what spaces, what equipment, what resources at their disposal. And then we would make decisions based on their location. So really with most things within special education, we want to keep all options open so that we can really tune into the specific needs of each student and make sure that we are serving them appropriately.
Just new question. With per pupil spend, maybe, I don't know if this is for Mr. O'Connor. What factors go into that? When we talk about the range, 13 to 19,000, what factors go into per pupil spend?
So there's a variety, obviously, salaries and benefits. We discussed anything in the 10 fund, essentially, which is the educational fund, 20 fund, which is operations and maintenance. Construction does not, because that's in the 60. 40, which is transportation. I think that's more of a driver than what we've anticipated when you have certain schools that have a higher percentage of students that have to get from one place to another. So those are the major pieces.
Okay.
And actually, similar question, different topic of, is it resource allocation? Is that the tile we're falling under when we're talking about like access to interventions for students and what percentile they might fall in their achievement, and then whether they can get an intervention at one school versus another? Is that?
Yes, and I think it falls across multiple tiles. So when you think about like what impacts a school's ability to adequately service students through the MTSS process.
Yeah.
So I think it's enrollment, it's the makeup, it's correlated to some demographics, to special education. But when we look specifically at resource allocation, we can look at how do we, and this is one of the things that we know we need to work on regardless. We think we can do it when you, again, economy of scale, and you're you're providing a greater balance of needs across a school, we can more sustainably and predictably provide those resources. In a status quo model, we would, like this year, for example, what we probably need to move to do is to say, let's look at our individual student needs across each of our schools, take all of our additional interventionists, instructional coaches, additional support staff, and then allocate them out according to needs across our schools. So I think that would be the approach. Again, the difficulty in that in a long-term sustainable plan for personnel is that you're moving staff on a pretty frequent basis. And that plays into a lot of other domino effects of having a model that doesn't really have the predictability built
Yeah.
in.
Yeah. And I guess a related staffing question then of, do our interventionists, I mean, my sense is in the status quo model, they're regularly fluctuating from school to school kind of as is.
No, actually now they are hired and scheduled per school. So we have one math interventionist, one lit interventionist for the most part per school. So when you think about some of the charts Mr. Ludloff showed and the scatograms, that's a very traditional model.
Right.
So if we were to stay status quo, you could consider, let's not say I'm the Claremont math interventionist. Maybe you're a district, they're all district math interventionists, and come benchmark time, we're moving people around. But we also understand the impact that has on staff and relationships, as Dr. Bresnahan said. In this model that's being recommended, you have 3 grade levels, and you can, again, use that economy of scale to assign those resources in a flexible model that can support those needs.
And I think to clarify the question further, like we currently have the 1-to-1, like 1 math interventions per the building, but it seems to me just, and I'm speaking anecdotally based on personal experience with my kids' schools, that we haven't necessarily consistently assigned an interventionist to a location year over year. Like there's been a lot of mobility in that, or has it been more consistent? I guess that's my question.
I think I understand what you're asking.
Yeah.
With the math interventionist role being relatively new, that created some movement. And then it also relates somewhat to our instructional coaching team.
Right.
That team really works together. And so sometimes that creates some movement.
Okay.
But also we do there have been times with our ESL resource teachers as well, where we have started saying, no, this school needs, 1.5 individuals or 2, or the school's so small to put 1 person there. Yes, it has been inconsistent over the last few years, and it will maintain that unless we pulled that resource from per building and looked at it more like our outreach specialists who service the whole district.
Yeah. And I guess, I'm sorry, do you want to, I guess a follow-up question to that, if we were to, whether we pair schools or whether we don't pair schools, and we reallocate that set of interventionist staff, how are we with the number of interventionists we have meeting the need?
I think that would be a challenging area given what our current needs are. I think what we have to look at is strategic plan, goal 1 and goal 2, right? Goal 1 is around our universal curriculum, our core, and goal 2 is around our MTSS individual needs, right? Those 2 things are directly correlated. The closer we get to serving 80% of our students, the better our goal 2 around MTSS can serve our students. I think the piece that we're missing a little bit in this conversation is that, let's say I have a school that needs 5 interventionists. So I deploy 5 interventionists to that one school. Is that equity when it comes to the experience of our children and the models and the makeup of their classrooms within their school setting? So it's not only about, it's basically creating these homogenous groups, which research-based is not what's best for our kids. So when we really look at balancing needs, we're not only looking at it from an adult movement staffing perspective, but we're looking at the actual educational benefits within a classroom that is much more balanced across needs, because that directly impacts our core classroom teachers. If I have a classroom where 60% of my students are not having their needs met in tier 1, I am working harder, differently, in a lot of ways than someone who has a classroom with 80% or more of their students functioning and having their needs met at through the tier 1 core curriculum. That is the issue that we're trying to address through both the strategic plan, through the curriculum work, through MTSS, but also through this greater balancing of our students across programs, across needs, and across demographics.
And to me, this is the whole ball game. This is the entire point of this equity journey. Well, at least for me personally, is not necessarily to make numbers balance, but to make sure that resources get to the kids where they need them. And which school you go to as a child should not determine what resources you can get. And we know from talking to principals, and we've all gotten emails from principals, that there are schools where the demands are so high for tier 2 and tier 3 students that they are triaging students. They are deciding this student's tier 3, so we'll try and get them caught up, and this student is falling behind a little bit, so they're tier 2, but maybe they'll be okay. And that's it. That's what this is about. And so I think we need to spend more time talking about this, because this is, I know transportation is important and impacts families and all that stuff, but this is what impacts the children who need the help. Yeah, do you want me to keep going on this? Okay, so I want to start off by addressing a misconception that I've heard numerous times from lots of people. The point of this exercise is not to just shuffle the students around and balance test scores. Is that correct?
100%.
Okay, so our goal is not to just equalize schools. So if I had a school that was a 2 out of 10, and I had a school that was an 8 out of 10, when I move the students between those two schools and I balance them out equally, I do not expect to get 5 out of 10, right? Because what's happening is the 2 out of 10, those students have a higher need and their needs are not being met. Does that seem reasonable? And the 8 out of 10, the students are having their needs met. Maybe they even have extra resources. But if we rebalance everything and we get the resources to the point where they're equalized, now students who are falling behind a little bit get that intervention earlier. Instead of, we right now have schools that are, going by the KPI data, half the students are not meeting the KPI at some schools. And I thought the other side, the other end of it was, I wrote it down here somewhere. Yeah. So about 30, right? So yeah, so 27, I think, is the low end, right? So 27% of students need an intervention at one school, and at another school, it's half the students. And we know that, and the KPIs directly correlate with low income density at the schools. So when we're bussing kids around, we are concentrating low income students and school poverty in certain locations. And it's about the worst way to bus students that you can possibly think of. If we were trying to maintain equity gaps, this might be the way we'd set things up. And so I think we need to really focus on the students who are struggling and we know are struggling, and schools, not all the schools are the same, but some of our schools are hitting the point where the MTSS system is breaking down. It's seizing up because there's so much demand. And if we don't rebalance the schools aggressively, then we're just setting up those kids to fail. So it's been 37 years since this district closed a school. It's been 40 years since this district closed an elementary school. You telling me in 4 decades, a full generation, that there hasn't been a change in this district that required structural changes? So we've had an entire generation of school boards, an entire generation of superintendents that have talked about these issues and talked about these issues. And never made a change. And we just keep kicking the can down the road. And I really wonder the people who have gone through District 59, the parents who say, I had a great experience. You had a great experience because somebody made a hard call earlier on and fixed the schools for you. Well, it's been a stagnant system for 40 years. And it's a system where the system cannot react, and it does not react to the demands of our students. So if we're going to go another 40 years without changing anything, we're going to fail an entire generation of students. And so that's where I am. That's my statement on it. And I know that change is difficult. I know that change is painful. And I know parents, and I feel this myself, we are worried about the social and emotional wellness of our students, our kids, right? I marked down how many times it was mentioned today. And what we have is a system where if you have to think about that tier 2 student, that tier 3 student who's falling behind and is not getting the intervention, how do you think their social emotional wellness is going? So that's the question. If I have a student who is not getting the resources they need, are they having fun in school? Because that's where our focus needs to be.
Joe, can I ask you a question? As a board member that I trust because of your statistical knowledge that far exceeds my own and other reasons, I'm wondering why you feel this pairing model is the right solution to the inequities.
Right. So again, 40 years without change, we've built up a system that has inequities built into it. If I look at our district has tiny schools, very tiny schools compared to the neighboring districts. So the way our neighboring districts have fixed this problem is they've built schools that have 600, 700 students, which then allows multiple sections at each grade level, lets you use interventionists more efficiently, all of that stuff. That's a possible option. It is an extremely painful option. It costs $100 million to expand some schools. We would have to close 4 schools, not repurpose, close. And I could list the schools if you want me to, but I would rather not because it's personally painful. But that takes 10 years. And in those 10 years, we have, how many first graders do we have this year? Somebody give me the number.
Yeah, about 550.
550. So we brought in 550 first graders. A third of them are not going to get the resources they need. Next year, we'll bring in 550 first graders. A third of them won't get the resources they need. And in the time it takes us to fix this mess, it's going to be a full kindergarten through 9th grade passing through our system where we're not going to meet the needs of our students. And believe me, to all the parents out there, I feel all the exact same emotions you do. The nervousness, the worry, the fear of, is this a mistake? And it's a little harder on me because I'm the one who has to vote on it. But I also want you to think about that student who's missing out on the resources that they need. And think about how their social emotional well-being is going. And we need to make a change. The advantage of pairings is it uses existing infrastructure and it happens quickly.
Mm-hmm. I think awesome. Thank you very much, Dr. Sager. If we're wearing our thoughts on our sleeves here, one of the concerns that I have about the plan, and I've had a lot of concerns about the plan. And, today when we look at the report card, the number of ELs continues to grow. And we can make changes, but I said it before at the last meeting, what matters is what happens within the 4 walls of that classroom. And sometimes I wonder if we are doing everything that we can to teach those EL kids, because it shouldn't just be a crutch saying, well, our scores are low because we have a high percentage of English language learners. or our scores are low because we have a high percentage of free and reduced lunch kids. We shouldn't just jump to that conclusion. So, that's my concern of, we did our audits last year. We talked about, staff in the dual language that were just kind of creating their curriculum as they go. And this is last year. I looked today at the plan with, expanding the talent development, the TDP program. And I know we talked about it last year of it was in English, so it can expand, but is there still a barrier there to those kids that don't speak English from joining that program? So sometimes it's my concern here is, are we doing the best for those two large populations of kids in our district, and balancing the amount of change with the outcomes that are expected here? And that's a hard question, because, and I know a lot of parents have said, well, where's the data? Where's the data? I know I've said, where's the data? And it's difficult, because had there been, this is the expected result, everyone would be doing it, right? Everyone would be doing it if we knew exactly. But there's so many factors that we can't control in it. And I think that's my struggle here, because obviously I agree with everything Dr. Sager says, but I want to make sure that we are doing the right thing. Or is this the only way to do it? Are there other ways that this can be done? Other ways to provide the services? That's my concerns and questions that I have with everything.
Well, that's basically what I said before. Pick the problems that are the most bothersome right now and work on one or two problems. That is obviously a problem, but why can't we work on that problem? I don't understand it. I spent a lot of time on this huge report that's the IAR report, and I just wanted to comment on Ridge School. Ridge School did not meet expectations, only 6.2%, and it goes all the way up to 15, 60 different schools. Ridge only missed by 6.2% in math and 8% in reading. Why would we want to close a school that's got practically the best scores of any of our other schools? Why not keep it open for the people who want to go there and let them continue to get the best scores that any of our schools get? And as far as the changing it to a early learning center, I am not even happy as a taxpayer that we spend the amount of money that we have for the early learning preschool. I'm not opposed to preschool, and we've got the building and it's wonderful, and I like the principal and the people who work there. I'm happy with it. I'm not trying to close down that school, but I certainly don't want to close Ridge and make it another preschool. We are a K-8 district, and our taxpayers are paying also for the preschool. Now, at one point, Ridge School, and if there's anybody here from Ridge, you know more about this than I do, they had 1, 2, 3, I don't know how many preschool classrooms in the building. We could ask Ridge to have a couple, 2, 3, however many they could afford the space for, preschool back at Ridge for the children who really, truly need it, the ones who are going to get problems as they go forward if they don't have preschool. But I don't certainly want to close down that whole school simply because we want more preschool. We are a K-8 district. These parents who have their children in preschool right now are very lucky that the taxpayers are paying for it, because they don't have to pay for preschool. So that's one thing that I definitely think we should do, is appreciate the fact that Ridge is teaching good or teaching well, whatever is proper English, and that their children are getting good scores.
So Mardell, one thing you want to...
I'll do it. So I didn't want to have to do this, and I want to apologize in advance to Ridge families and Ridge staff. You are doing an excellent job. There's no ill will here. We get comments sometimes saying, why don't we just roll out the Ridge curriculum to the other schools? Dr. Brezhnehan, what is wrong with rolling out the Ridge curriculum to the other schools?
It is identical to all of our other schools' curriculum.
So the Ridge school has the exact same curriculum. Do their teachers get different professional development from the other schools?
No, they do not.
Okay. So does any one of us believe that if we swapped the population of Ridge, the students, with another one of our schools, that Ridge would maintain those high test scores? Does anyone believe that? Because that's not the reality. The reality is we know why Ridge scores so well. Ridge scores so well because it has fewer low-income students. It has a different demographic than the other schools. In fact, because we transport students to Ridge as a school of choice, it costs more per student to run that school. Because we're taking those students out of their home schools and putting them in a separate school, we have to hire another principal and assistant principal that we wouldn't need otherwise. So you're talking about taxpayer money. Ridge is like our other schools. So I don't understand why we would specifically want to continue that program.
Well, then the question is not whether we should make it a preschool or not. It's if you don't want Ridge to be a special school of choice, that's fine. Then it should be a regular one of our, just like all of our other schools. And it has no special point except that the parents wouldn't be able to choose it anymore because the students would be rearranged according to the neighborhoods apparently. But I don't want us not to put our money into our K through 8 and to put more money into preschool. Preschool is not our job. Preschool is something that we decided to do, and we built the building, attached it to another building, and it's going fine, and there's nothing wrong with it, but that's not our first priority by any means. I certainly wouldn't put any more money into preschool except maybe a couple of classes at Ridge if there's room for them.
Marta, I want to go back to something you said earlier about, let's fix something and move on.
Pardon me?
I think you said something like, let's fix one thing and move on, and then fix another thing and move on. And I think as Dr. Sager pointed out earlier, we've been doing that for 40 years. We've been putting what I'll say Band-Aids onto things as temporary solutions, and another Band-Aid on as a temporary solution. And what is being proposed is basically ripping off those Band-Aids and starting afresh. And that's what concerns me is, we've had a whole, as Dr. Sager pointed out, a whole generation of, communities, superintendents, boards that have just, passed the buck down the road, you kick the bucket down the can around the road, kick the can down the road. And this is the chance.
I don't understand your point.
And this is the chance for us to look at that and fix those wrongs. And
Well,
provide
that's
what
why
is best
I
and provide the
suggested
needs
pick
that all
one
our
or two
students
things at a
need.
time.
Mardell, I did not interrupt you. Can you please not interrupt me? Thank you. This is our chance to fix what we're doing in this district and provide the best education for all students in the district. We have 6,000 students in the district. We are looking out for 6,000 students in this district in 15 schools, early learning center through our 8th grade junior highs. That's what we're here to do. That's what we're discussing right now. And I'm concerned that what we've been doing has been right. I got on this board to do what I felt was best for the community and all the students of this district.
Well, I don't understand what you're.
Marta, you said, well,
what did I say wrong? I didn't understand.
No, I'm just saying, Marta, you said we should fix something and move on, and then fix another thing and move on. I'm saying we've been doing that for 40 years, and it's gotten us to this point in this. Right now, we have to look at drastic changes.
Well, I don't know that we've fixed anything for the last 5 years. I can't think of anything that we've
we've
fixed.
moved a couple students.
We've been working on the.
We moved dual language kids from one school to another school this year.
We've made minor changes that have been helpful.
And all those minor changes have been are just at the expense of our disadvantaged kids. It's all, if you look at all sort of by all our boundary changes have been at our advantage of our disadvantaged kids. Those that have not spoken up and those that do not have a voice.
I don't agree with you there.
Can we please bring that up, please?
Yeah, so I will say that some of the parent conversations that we have had, for example, I had to your point, Dr. Sager, I spoke with a parent who has a child at our early learning center who will be coming into our K-8 schools, who was a student here in our district. And her experience in our bilingual program was in a 3-4-5 combination class in a portable classroom with the same textbook and curriculum for grades 3, grade 4, grade 5. And that was her experience. And she said, this is going to be hard and this is going to be scary. She said, but we need to do this because my child's generation deserves better. That's from a parent. It's a real factual statement. Another parent who we had who was on the equity task force who came and spoke to the board who said, my child didn't get the interventions that they needed. And because of that, failed to be able to get some of those resources and advantages that her daughter needed, who's currently one of our students.
So what is
These
their
are the
problem then?
so to your point specifically about
Yeah.
why don't we just make Ridge an elementary school? I hear this throughout every conversation we've had. Why don't you just? Why don't you just? Why don't you just? So why don't we just take Ridge and make it not a choice school so that we level it balances out? We don't have enough students to put there. To Joe's point, and to Robert, to your question, what else? What are the other options? Closing schools, because we don't. And you mentioned collaboration for teachers. If they want to, they should be able to. Some teachers right now are saying, please do this next year because I don't have the opportunity and I want to. And the question I got from a teacher last week at a Q&A session was, what are you going to do to make sure we address these issues if the board doesn't pass this? And that's what I don't know. And I get it. And I've heard two separate groups of parents say the same thing to me. This sounds like a great plan and I can see the merits of it, but I don't want to have it impact my child. I don't want my kid to have to go to a different school. Is that your reason? Is that how you represent your constituents, by making a decision that impacts one parent in one grade level today versus a generation of kids who are coming through this community that are relying on this work? This conversation came up in 2013, 9 years ago. Imagine where we would be today if different decisions were made 9 years ago, but they weren't.
But we made the decisions 9 years ago based on the facts at that time, and they obviously have changed.
I don't know if it's the facts, Mardell, or if it's the difficulty of this conversation, the difficulty of facing parents who are angry and mad at the prospect of me asking you to do something different.
Well,
that is what, and it is, and that's why these things fail, because they become hard, because I don't want to change, even though I know it might benefit someone else. If you are benefiting from our current system, you have no reason to want this to happen. No one is arguing that. I feel for every single person that is a valid point of view. But you as 7 board members, you have the responsibility for nearly 6,000 students, and not just the 6,000 students that we have in front of us today, but I would say the next generation of students to come. So this is not about whether or not you want to take a popular vote. This is not a referendum. It's not on a ballot, because it relies on people to have access to greater information, to recognize the needs of all students and say, we have to do better first. We maybe have to do something big in order to serve all. Because we will continue to work. This team, these principals, these teachers, they will continue. I promise this community, they are doing great things today. They are making do with what they have. I have no doubts about it. They do amazing work, but they are asking for these things. The dual language teachers sat with me when I first started this job and said, when do we get to collaborate When do we get partners within our school? When do we get inclusion opportunities for our students? When do we get the supports and services for dual language? So Robert, to your point, that's how we fix it. But if the structure that it's sitting on is going to keep changing and be so unstable, we're just building on a bad foundation that continues to crack and kids continue to fall through. So I hear the narrative of fix the curriculum. We are. I don't want that misinterpreted, misunderstood. That is what we are doing every single day. This team is working. Our teachers are working every single day. But they're working in isolation. They're working with limited opportunities. And when we surveyed our staff, it was no surprise. If you are in a district that is stable and you have been there a long time, a school that is stable and you've been there a long time, why would you want to change? Why would you want to lose what you have today? You wouldn't. You have no reason to want to come forward and do that. But if I am in one of our schools that is struggling and I'm one of those 2 teachers that I know I'm going to leave my building next year, or the other 4 teachers who are going to have to move grade levels next year, we already know that. So Patty, to your point, why do we want to do this as soon as possible? Because of that. I'm going to wrap it up and Marta, I'll tell you. So there is nothing for me to gain. There is zero ulterior motive. There is nothing but passion for serving the students of this community, even when it gets hard, even when I have people calling for my job because they think I'm doing bad things. It is my value. I have a conviction about this work. We have dug through data upon data to find what else could we possibly do? What else could we possibly do that would be as comprehensive, long-term, and sustainable as this plan? And the second best thing is closing schools, major redistricting, and total upheaval for large portions of our community. That's the alternative. And that will come. Whether it's in 3, 5, 10 years, it will come. It will come in this district. And the next board will be sitting here having the same conversation of why didn't we do something?
I just want to make it clear that I did not suggest that we close Ridge. I only was trying to explain my situation.
Yes, Marta, I totally agree. I heard you. I totally agree. I did not hear that you wanted to close it.
But I do think if they have extra classrooms, you could put a few preschool classes in that building.
And I think if we needed that space for all of those students, I agree. We could add those. That would be an alternative. But right now, I have half of Juliet Low sitting empty. I have the vast majority of students at Byrd being bussed in from across the district. These are real things, real things. And I know it's hard. Our 4th grade parents sitting here tonight are not going to, why can't you wait? Why can't you wait? How many generations and how many parents are we going to say we're going to wait for?
Is it, Robert, are you complaining that the ELL students are not being taken care of or what? I don't quite understand the situation here.
No, I just said that, that's one of my focuses is making sure that I can't even remember what I was saying, Murdo.
I think to summarize what Robert said was he was concerned. Are we the teachers? What's happening within the walls of within the 4 walls of a classroom? And are the teachers having the proper resources they need? And I think, does that kind of summarize really very broadly what you're thinking?
Yes.
I have certainly not said we shouldn't have the ELL classes. In fact, frankly, maybe one of the problems is not necessarily to have dual language or Polish language or whatever, but have ELL, because that's what every other language that has to be learned is done through ELL, and they're all learning English. So maybe everybody should be taught that way. I'm not suggesting it, but it's a possibility, obviously.
That's why one thing. I look at this as education is the greatest equalizer out there. plain and simple. And we need to give everyone the same opportunities to get the same education for the future of our state, for our future of our district, and for the future of all students in the district.
I think we all agree with that.
Yeah. So are there any questions on this equity journey? Questions, comments?
The
All
only
right.
other comment I have to make, and it's just something I don't understand. How much does your past district know about what's going on here? Because we're getting emails from them engaging us, trying to get us to pass this pairings and to have multi-grade, multi-level centers. Actually, I don't know if all the board members have gotten them, but I've gotten about 3, I believe. And I
think people are really paying, I would say not just my former district, many of our neighborhood districts are paying attention to what we're doing.
Well, it was from people in your district because
Yes, because they've lived through it
spoke
and they're
about
on the, they've
your
gotten,
district.
they've lived through it. And I think they have an experience to share. I think that was one of the first things people asked is, how do we know that this works?
Yeah.
I think you can speak to people who have
But
actually
that's
lived
a
through
much
it.
smaller district than our district.
And
It's not about the size, Mardell.
Mardell,
It's truly about the
I can
process.
honestly tell you that the neighboring districts are watching this. Board presidents
Well,
are watching this
obviously we all watch
presentation
each
right now
other,
because I've talked to them just recently, and they're interested in the process and the route we're going down in this.
However, it's been said by people in our audience that 2 meetings, I believe it was, where they said, pick a problem and solve the problem, then move on to the next one, which is what I said earlier tonight. And I don't think that we're doing that because this is the 4th year we've been working on the curriculum. So it's not all your fault. Don't get me wrong, because we were working on it for 3 years before you even came here. But the point is, we've got to solve a problem before we move on to something else that we think might work.
I'll remind you, Mardell, that there are 6 board members that are with less than 4 years of experience on this. So it is taking time. I mean, we have implemented math curriculum last year. The goal is to implement an English language arts next year. I
Well,
believe
we
the science
really-
now as well,
we
too.
really worked on it, and you finally came up with a curriculum that worked.
Don't
And
forget,
I'm happy.
we're stuck in COVID for a time period, and that slowed down the process as well, too.
Well, I wasn't happy
So-
with our language arts curriculum when we first had it because we
let's
didn't do
stand up.
anything
Yeah,
the way it's
Right, so-
normally.
I think we need to stay
Yeah.
focused, especially at the hour that it is. I'll
So-
make a motion.
So are we, any other questions, comments for related to the equity journey? All right, can I get a motion for the consent agenda?
Be it resolved that on the 14th day of November 2022, CCSD 59 Board of Education approves the consent agenda as presented amended, including 6.01 approval of minutes prior meetings, 6.02 disbursements resolution, 6.03 acceptance of financial reports, 6.04 acceptance of recommendations human resources report, and 6.05 approval to destroy 18-month or older closed session recordings.
Do you have a second?
Second.
All right, any questions, comments? Roll call.
Hang on a second, I'm taking the Espino,
Aye.
Lang,
Aye.
Mencia.
Aye.
Petrielli, aye. Reed,
Aye.
Sager,
Aye.
and Schumacher.
Aye.
And the motion passes.
Okay. All right,
Ron,
open up.
you're up.
Members of
We
the
need a
board.
motion to open public hearing.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Okay, I'll make the motion that we open the tax levy hearing. That the Community Consolidated School District Board of Education meeting be opened on this date, November 14, 22, for a public hearing on the proposed tax levy for 2022, and the secretary should record the time as 10:02. Do you have a second?
Second.
Roll call.
Courtney
Courtney
or
seconded.
Mardell could second. Yeah,
Some-
you're right there.
Yep.
Yeah. Randy and then Schumacher. And the time is 10:02.
Yeah.
You're good. Do we need to Do we need a vote or no?
We need,
On the motion to begin?
yeah,
the-
we need a roll
Okay,
call.
Roll call.
Glenn,
Aye.
Mencia,
Aye.
Petrielli, aye, Reed,
Aye.
Zager,
Aye.
Schumacher,
Aye.
Espino,
Aye.
and the motion passes.
All right, Mr. Min, it's up to you.
Okay. Board of Education, thank you for having me. Yeah, today's the levy discussion for November 14th. This is something that does affect all taxpayers, so I'm glad that some people stayed. So let's talk about the levy versus the extension first. When we talk about a levy is something where it's what we request. The state of Illinois is, I'll say it nicely, they're not very good when it comes to their money. So in order to get our money, we have to ask for it. The extension is what we receive. We don't know what we're going to receive. So the way I explain it, it's almost like you writing your list for Santa Claus, right? And you have to say, I want this and this and this and this and this and this. If you don't ask for everything, you don't get it. So you have to ask above and beyond. We are in Cook County, which is what a PTEL, which is called the Property Tax Limitation Law. It limits how much we can increase from year to year. So it's either at 5% or the prior year's consumer price index, which was 7%, which is a rarity. In fact, it's the first time it's ever happened, plus the value of new construction. We talk about equalized assessed value of the property value. And then again, the actual rate is determined by the county clerk. That has nothing to do with us. So this graphic shows what the tax levy process is. As you can see, we have to create a levy, and then the Cook County says, okay, well, if you could have a margin for error of about 3%, 5% if it's due to bonds, because they realize that people are not going to always be able to pay taxes, but they want to make sure that the districts get what's entitled to them. At this time, and we're trying to guess how much we think we're going to get, we don't even know what the property tax value is. So what we do is we find out how much we're going to get. School districts will then reduce the rates. And then what happens is the county reduces it to either 5% or the lesser of that. So last year's extension, we just found this out last week, which is, again, unprecedented. It was about $90 million, excluding bond and interest. And if you include the bonds that we have actually now paid off, that was $95 million, which that is consistent revenue that we do receive. And that's why we do utilize that for a lot of our instructional pieces. The Cook County Equalizer, so what they do is they look at how much the property is being valued at, and then they multiply it by a certain percentage so that they can make it all even. And then last year was a CPI of 1.4, so you can imagine how 7% looked. One thing to consider is that when your property values go up, your tax rates go down, and when the EAV goes down, the rates go up. So they try and even each other out in order to make sure that all municipalities, this isn't just a school district, this could be your public works, this could be the villages, that they all receive the dollars that they are extended to. So this is a process that not only we do, but others. If you look at the historical tax rates over time, it kind of shows how things have been balanced. There's an inverse relationship between, if you look at the tax rate for all funds, which is the line in blue, and that has gone up as our property values have gone down and vice versa. Fortunately, we do have a lot of industrial and commercial in Elk Grove, so that's helped us significantly. And I'll show you more reasons as to why that in a second. This is the here's the 2020 tax rate. We didn't receive the 2021 one just yet, only because, again, the county just gave us the numbers. It was on a Friday night. So if you look at that, and it should be pretty consistent from what we're seeing here, CCSD59 is consistently the lowest tax rate in the area. And that's something to be proud of, considering we do have a nice fund balance. We do have a lot of industrial and commercial, which again helps residents. And that's something to celebrate. So when you look at the differences of what can really affect property values, we do have several here, such as the different TIFs that exist. Okay, I just almost blinded myself here. There we go, wrong way. So you see there's Arlington Heights TIF here. There's a Higgins Road TIF. There's one coming on the books soon for Elk Grove that they're working on. There's the Bussey Elmhurst TIF. These TIFs, what happens is when they get passed, the property value is frozen for the next approximately 23 years. Unless it's extended, then it becomes 35 years. So what happens is, for example, one of the industrial parks was approximately, in terms of dollar amounts, it was frozen at, the Bussey Elmhurst TIF was frozen at $302 million. But as of 2019, it was worth $596 million. So the difference between the 302 million and the 596, which is 294 million, that does not go towards District 59. So that's what TIFs do. I mean, it is a matter of developing property, but this is an example of it being, it could do us some good. Going
Ron,
further
real
into
quickly,
this,
Ron, real quick, that Arlington Heights TIF number 4, is that still, did that go in place or not? Or is that the International Plaza there?
That's the International Plaza.
Okay.
Was looking at that actually earlier. Geez. Okay. So the 2021 CPI, if we looked at this over time, consumer price index is typically, it's been pretty low for the last couple of years. There was a year, I believe back in 2010, it actually bottomed out at 0.1%, which makes things really difficult to maintain when it comes to revenues. But 2021, we knew it was going to be high. It's based on the December number, and it was reported in January. That's 7%. And we're expecting another high CPI. Now, keep in mind, when it comes to taxing, they cap it, right? So you can only go up to 5% or what CPI is, whichever one is lower. So we're not getting 7%. So the levy timeline is, what we're doing is, we were authorized back in September to authorize the preparation. We had a discussion back in October. Today is a public hearing that is, even though it's not truth and taxation that you're about to see, the reason why we do this still is to be transparent. And I'll explain to you why we're not going to do something truth and taxation. December 12th, we'd like to adopt the levy, and then, of course, having a resolution authorizing it. And then if it exceeds the cap, in the past, we've done it with the operations O&M fund, which we can do. That would help us out and put more money into the 10 fund. And then, of course, December 27th, it's the last day to file your levy with the county clerk prior to the last Tuesday in December. And if you don't, there are no extensions, you lose. So what we did was our tax levy considerations. We looked at the limiting rate calculations. We always levy for more than the anticipated tax amount. Otherwise, their funding disappears forever. That is an unintended consequence. The unknowns is that we don't know what the property values are that we're asking for tax dollars off of. We don't know what the new property is based off of, or what the tax rate is going to be. Again, Illinois is an antiquated system where you have to ask for what you think you're entitled to get, or a little bit more to ensure that you actually get it. So if you looked at our proposed tax levy summary, it's just under 5 because if you remember, I discussed the loss, which means it's almost like having a 7.99% levy. If there's anything that you miss over and above that, it captures it. To me, I don't feel the need to go over and above that, because if we were to do that, I just don't feel like it's as transparent as it can be. It's including with the new property that I've discussed with the municipalities, as well as the fact that EAV did go down a little bit, and I'll show that shortly. But if you see some of the heavy pieces here, in particular, the ed fund, the levy amount would be from 79.3 million, and we're going to ask for 83.6 million. O&M is at 2.9 million, we'll ask for 3, but that's the one that's the reduced account, that which is if something were to, like if we over levied, that's where they reduce from. And then transportation is about 5 because we've seen inflation hit up over time. IMRF and Social Security, we're taking this and we're having it being a little bit less because we're bringing it into the ed fund. And then special education, we are being consistent. So the capped extension we're looking at is $95.4 million, with the bond and interest extension now being reduced to 4.9 million, about 5 million, and that's due to 2 bonds being paid off recently. So EAV, we were just typically talking to a couple of my colleagues. We're saying about a 4% change, maybe due to inflation. It's CPI being the 5%. So our estimated EAV was $3.3 million, which is less than what it was in years past. Oh, billion. Thank you. Yeah, that would not have been good if it was million. So including the estimated debt service costs and levy, you're looking at a 4.47% proposal. And that, again, that does not include the loss of what Cook County does calculate. That's what kind of makes this whole thing sort of I'm trying to say it in a nice way. It's just steps to take. It's hard not to miss the number when after you even give a number, the county says, we'll even give you an additional percentage. And that's never really truly discussed. Oh, did I do that already? Sorry about that. I can't figure this out. Oh, that's it. So that's that was my presentation.
Questions, comments? I just want to let people know in Cook County, you'll begin receiving 3 tax bills next year. So just be prepared for that. We need public comment. Does anyone want to?
Public's a whole gone.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's for tax levy. Yeah, that was for regular.
Just for the tax levy.
Just for the tax
Good for
levy.
you to hang in there.
I was hoping you'd say public comment is okay.
Well, this is tax
For
related,
tax
right?
levy?
Some of it is. So I'd actually like to start out by saying, actually, I wasn't going to say this, but when I heard, about the tax cap, Mark Walker, Representative Mark Walker, actually visited me at my home a few weeks ago. And I just kind of asked him what he was up to. And one thing he did say is that the money doesn't disappear forever when you don't max out the levy. So I know nothing about that subject, but he did make a point of saying that. So I'm hoping that's,
What did he say?
he said that the money does not go away forever if you don't max out the levy.
Can we? She's during. Let her finish her public comment.
No, it's okay. I do have a financial piece here, but you've seen me waiting, you know who I am, and I'd really like to make my speech. I did come at about 6:02. The sign-in sheet was already gone. I just really want you to hear me out. I know you get a lot of emails.
We're going to start your time now just because of that little
Okay.
conversation. So
And
we're going to start your 3 minutes now. Go ahead.
I'll keep
Michelle,
it
would it be
under
easier if you
3.
just turn that in to have it included later?
If I could read this, I would really appreciate it.
Okay.
Okay, because I think I've even before I just heard this whole discussion, I think my comments do address the discussion that's been had today. And one thing just off the cuff that I'd like to add is, I wonder if about 8 years ago, Dr. Fessler also proposed some big changes. So this idea that it's been 40 years and we haven't had any changes is really not accurate. Whatever this is, that was Dr. Fessler, all his curriculum changes that we're still dealing with the impact of now. So I just think the idea that we haven't had any change in a long time is. But anyway, let me introduce myself. My name is Michelle Notini. My kids did go to the district for K through 8. They're now through it, but I'm still sort of trying to keep up. I first of all like to thank the board for their service and for hearing me out tonight. As some of you know, I was involved in identifying the shortfalls in the district's curriculum policies several years ago. The consequences of these poor decisions includes the drop in enrollment, which has contributed to the current inequity in our school buildings. It is critical that the curriculum receives the attention it deserves before embarking on yet another huge endeavor, which will distract from this work. Any responsible organization will look to correcting the causes of its problem rather than just adapting to them.
I would like to acknowledge the progress made, but there is still so much more work to do. Teachers are very pleased to finally have a math curriculum, although they are still struggling with students who are far behind. They are still waiting on solid ELA curriculum materials.
Repeat that sentence. What?
Comment.
I know, but I couldn't understand the sentence.
I said teachers are still waiting on solid ELA curriculum materials. In junior high, an ELA program was scheduled to be ready to be for complete implementation this year. It is being held up to purposely focus on the equity journey. Teachers need the complete materials in order to implement the curriculum with fidelity. In elementary school, there are still no solid curriculum materials for writing. Teachers are left to their own devices to come up with quality materials. Some teachers are starting to pilot a new curriculum, but why are these materials not available to all teachers? And why are previous effective approved materials not available? Our students have one chance to complete each grade and learn what they need to know. We cannot continue to hold up the curriculum work. From reviewing the data presented, it is clear the revised plans are focused on preserving the
30 seconds.
the dual language program and its requirements. One of the most significant curriculum shortfalls has been with the dual language program itself. Your audit clearly showed this. The issues are just starting to get resolved. Please complete this important work. Families all over the district cannot be uprooted to protect a program that has been failing. Please give students and families the respect and attention they deserve by giving them quality curriculum and policies that will ensure their success. I have more, but I don't want to go over. So thank you very much.
You didn't stop you yet.
Time is up.
All right.
Thanks.
I'll make the motion.
Yeah, you know what? One more comment is that if funding is an issue with all of this, please, you must have saved a lot of money with all those ESSER funds.
I'm sorry, time is up.
Previously
Thanks.
budgeted items were used. That money was used.
I'd like to make the motion. I'll make the motion to close. Thank you, Michelle.
A motion to close?
Yeah, I make the motion to close public tax hearing. Can I get a second?
Oh, okay. I'll second it.
Okay. Motion was made by Randy Reed, seconded by Mardell Schumacher, that the hearing on the 2022 tax levy be closed, and the secretary should record the time as 10:20 p.m. Can we get a roll call?
Mencia. Aye.
Ron. Aye.
Sager.
Aye.
Schumacher.
Aye.
Espino.
Aye.
And Lang.
Aye.
And the motion passes.
8.02 program fee. Oh, the motion carries. 8.02 program fees.
Okay, yeah, Ben's got
Real
the-
quick, because I did say that I had a follow up on the equity piece. I just want to make sure
Yeah.
that you read that the board is aware. I tried to summarize what the potential action item will be on December 12th. So you understand the bullets that are included and what the proposed plan will actually be impacting, to kind of summarize all of the work of that plan. I know it was a long presentation, but I want to make sure that does not get missed.
That'll be in the meeting minutes.
Yes.
Okay.
The program fee for typically developing preschool students, I'll make it quick. We know what the daily rate was for a 4-day afternoon program. With a 5-day program, we want to keep the same daily rate so that there isn't a burden. And so that's what we're looking for.
Okay. Any questions, comments?
And there's still an opportunity for waivers.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
8.03 instructional material fees for 2023, 2024.
We still would like to keep them at zero.
Questions, comments?
None.
8.04 junior high extracurricular activity participation fees.
We'd like them freezed.
Mm-hmm.
They're right in front of you.
They're listed.
$30.
Yeah, $30.
Oh, sorry. Okay. We're good.
And waivers for those or no?
There are scholarships that we will talk to if individual basis.
Mhm.
Okay.
And this only applies to students that are participating in the actual program.
Correct.
Right.
Commercial ovens for the junior highs.
The district is looking at having easily accessible meals for our junior highs that we can take and we can spread them to the elementary schools with our drivers and with Organic Lives. In fact, it will be more Organic Lives. It would give us more of an opportunity to expand on our programming in terms of what we can offer, as well as if we are short meals. So there have been times I've seen where we've had to turn down a child and give them an alternative, this would eliminate that. It'd be approximately $37,000.
Is this just for storing, like keeping meals warm, or for actually cooking them?
Actually cooking.
Why do we have to cook them? Isn't that what they do before they bring the food to us?
But if they don't have enough food that comes to us, then we'll have a child who doesn't have food.
Okay, and you couldn't use the ovens in the home ec rooms?
Nope.
Why not? We used to use them when I was a PTO president there.
The state of Illinois says no because of like they're not the type of ovens that would be commercial grade.
They're
for
not
kids.
commercial grade.
Well, we
Yeah.
used to make the pizzas and.
I used to do a lot of things, but this one was one that I had to be stuck with.
We got these ovens, why can't we use them?
Yeah, Mardell, I hear you. I wish we could use them too, but
Yeah, we used to use them.
But we do need
So-
to have, because I have seen kids that would get to like 7th period lunch and not have food. because
Well,
they ran
obviously that. there's-
So is the running out a pretty significant issue?
I don't believe it's that big of an issue, but I think one day, one meal is too much of an issue for a child.
Where are you gonna put these ovens? They're big.
Yeah, we already have spacing that Mr. Tiarina has figured out with each principal at each junior high.
So when, I was just going to say, when you,
Yeah, right.
the cost of all three, so it's like roughly 12 per oven and the total is 37,000.
That is correct.
And these are like portable ovens, right? They're like freestanding, so they're not built in or anything. And then, sorry, you're supposed to be. keeping it
Commercial
away.
grade, conventional ovens.
Con-
That's
Mhm.
portable.
Correct.
Convection
Yep,
ovens. No,
they're on wheels.
They're like a box on
They're
wheels.
on wheels.
And they're so that you can heat up food quickly. And that's the reason, that's the main reason for it, because sometimes students go without a meal because everything's based off the data. So if we run short on food, then that means a student can go without a lunch. So what this does is it provides that quick, heating up of chicken nuggets or pizza or whatever the food source is at that time. So that's what this allows us to do.
Company doesn't provide bring enough food for them. They know what our.
Oh, I
numbers
think
are.
they do. It's just that sometimes there's those occasions where,
We also don't want them wasting hundreds of meals though either too.
Right.
There's a fine line. There's a fine
That's a
line.
good point.
You look at statistics, make a couple extra, but they may not have made a couple extra because as we looked at our chronic absenteeism, maybe every kid showed up at school that day and wanted lunch.
Well, I mean, I understand what you're saying, but in all the years that I've been with this district, we've never had that problem.
Well, the commissary, this was an alternative, so
Yeah,
I
we
think
have.
we're good.
Well, I was
Mardell,
involved with
I've been in the
schools.
buildings
Oh.
as a teacher and I've seen it firsthand.
Really?
So yeah,
Hmm.
we have for years.
We've gotten emails on it to the board since I've been on the board, to the whole board.
And then
All right, so-
on the other side of this, we're gonna put in the electrical ourselves, or?
Correct.
Okay.
Yep, we're gonna do the electrical ourselves. We've already looked into it. We checked with our health, life, safety just to make sure that we can make it happen. It'll go into serving lines. We've already chosen the locations, so it's
What
all
about-
doable. It's
What
just a
about venting?
matter
Do you have
of-
to worry about venting?
These are the type that you do not need to have like an exhaust hood or anything like
Okay.
that. We double checked into that. Yeah,
So
That's
you're
a lot
buying
of.
3 of these, one for each of the junior.
one for each middle school or junior high.
Pardon me?
One for each junior
Yes.
high.
Yeah.
But will also be used for the elementary. as well.
Correct, if needed. Yep,
Yeah, it's a lot.
that's
of-
correct.
But they'll be at the junior highs, right?
Yeah, but
Yeah.
That's where they'll be stationed.
You could say this oven discussion is pretty hot.
Yeah, it's pretty hot. 8.06.
Thank you, everybody.
All right. 8.06 fitness room flooring.
Well, for clarification on the fitness room flooring, all three junior high schools have tile, maybe portions that are inadequate with the rubber flooring. So if weights fall, it's more of a safety concern on children's feet or anything. So we'd like to look at the fitness room flooring with Ecor, but I would like to readdress this as a discussion later on, just because I want to make sure we get the numbers fine tuned a bit more. After talking with Albert and I were talking about this and talking to other vendors.
What is the fitness room?
It's where all the weight equipment is.
The weight equipment?
Yeah, like the.
It's only for junior high.
Yes. Correct.
Yeah, I've never seen.
8.7. So, yeah, we do have 2 more roofs that require repair. It's in the 10-year plan, which is Frost and Salt Creek. So we were looking to partner with Allied Facility Partners on that. They've actually had plans on this, so it would actually save us some money because they have looked at all of our roofing. And then some of our windows are past their lifespan. At the last Finance Facility Committee, we had to show pictures of rotting windows and other issues that now the police have actually discussed with us about. So we were looking at Grove, Claremont, Bird, and J being replaced with an egress so that people can be push out the windows in the event of an intruder. So that would help us with the run, hide, fight discussions that we are having for our safety committees.
Did you check to see when we replaced windows at that school? Because we did replace windows at a lot of the schools, so we don't want to go back to those schools to do this.
We can look, but the problem is that they were rotting. So it would be, yeah. So I can put it in the Friday update.
This 8.6 million includes the surrounds around the windows, the it's cedar wood or something that's constantly peeling.
Yeah.
And so I guess just to clarify on the pricing, is this like this is an addendum to the contract? So this is a revision for the 8.6 million additional to address these issues?
Correct, because part of it falls under an energy savings contract, which means we can give them they can give us a guaranteed maximum price. So if it goes over, they eat the cost. So based on what I've seen from the roofing, you're looking at probably about 3, maybe a little bit more than that, and then the remainder being for the windows. I believe it's a good deal from when we were crunching the numbers and talking to our own vendors on the side. So it's always nice to be able to hold someone and say, if you don't get this done, or if you go over the cost, that's on you.
However, I guess I'm just wondering, how does that 8.6 million factor into our budget? Because it sounds like some of it was unexpected that we discovered the windows were rotting, or because was it intended to be?
It's part of the 5-year, it's part of the 10-year facility plan. We moved a few things earlier to open the economy deals with the public numbers tonight. If you're doing one roof, we're doing 2 roofs. And have a company on both of them, one crew kind of work on both of them. Same thing with the windows. One big contract, kind of scale. And then next year we won't have to do windows. The year you have to do another big thing.
So this is in the 5-year plan that was already laid out. 10-year plan.
Yeah, and just to be clear, this clears up future costs so that when you do hear more of what else do we need as a district, there's a lot more we can focus on.
And I do like the idea that they're going to push out for safety purposes. That's good.
Yeah, definitely.
As long as you're going to change them anyway, they might as well be what safest.
Yes, and then 8.8. So the state again has elected districts to renew their food service contracts at 1 year. After talking it over with the food service, our district group, we feel it's in the best interest to kind of stay for that additional year because the state doesn't even know what the request for proposal rules are going to be yet. We don't want to be guinea pigs or a test pilot for the new bidding system. So we'd rather make sure we're stuck with what we know for an additional year and we have the counts already for that vendor.
Yeah.
Is there a rate increase that we would expect? They get cost CPI? Or
CPI.
Something? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Action items. Can I get a motion for 9.01 award of bid paper summary?
Thank you, Ron. I was just saying thank you. I was just saying thank you for the presentation.
Let's do it, Patty. Whereas bids were open on September 26, 2022 for paper, and whereas 2 bids were received, 1 non-compliant. Now therefore be it resolved on the 14th day of November 2022, the Board of Education of Community Consolidated School District 59 award to Midland Paper through the state contract for $112,298.05 for Xerox paper and $18,138.75 for vellum, for a grand total of $130,436.80.
A second.
Second.
This is not the state contract, is that correct?
This one is.
Is the state contract.
Okay. Any other questions, comments? Roll call.
Okey-dokey. I am at Petrielli. I. Reed.
Aye.
Sager.
Aye.
Schumacher.
Aye.
Espino.
Aye.
Lang.
Aye.
Mencia.
Aye.
And the motion passes.
A 9.02 request for bid regarding Brentwood Playground.
I'll do this one. Be it resolved that on the 14th day of November 2022, the Community Consolidated School District 59 Board of Education approves the administration to go out to bid in order to update the playground at Brentwood.
I'll second it.
I'll just let you know that we will be covering the full cost of this, as we don't have a working agreement with Prospect. As in Elk Grove, we have a working agreement with the Park District, we split the cost. In this case, we are serving the whole cost of it.
Why don't we have a working agreement with them?
For my yeah, I know from my understanding, that's our property, our park.
They just don't do it.
You know, so they kind of like, why would we get involved? I mean, we could reach out and ask them anyways.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Sure. Sure. Makes sense.
Roll call.
Reed.
Aye.
Sager.
Aye.
Schumacher.
Aye.
Spino.
Aye.
Lang.
Aye.
Mencia.
Aye.
Shirley. Aye, and the motion passes.
10.0 Superintendent reports.
I don't really have anything to add separate from the many discussions tonight. I would like to clarify one point regarding our ELA curriculum. Susan, would you like to address that one as the statement that was made that is not on hold due to the equity work?
Sure, I would be happy to address that. Talking about our junior high teachers, they piloted in the spring curricular resource, and the teachers were not satisfied with that resource that they were working with. And then we brought the council back and we looked at multiple new vendors so that the teachers could then select through the council work 2 more that we'll be piloting. Hence, we're doing that currently right now. And then through this process, we wanted to balance out our timeline of reporting to the board so that the board could have a comprehensive K-8 plan presented all at once. Doesn't impact implementation. It doesn't impact anything at all. But what it does is it allows us to come to the board and have the K-8 teachers share in January what we've been working on, and then February, March, follow through the process with discussion and action item. Also, typically ELA curricular resource purchases, adoptions are not, it's not a 1-year timeline. In fact, I have had multiple conversations with my colleagues in our neighboring districts, many of whom are undergoing this work or about to embark on it. And most follow a pattern of working with a council, with a staff on the standards, on the alignment. And then once that phase is complete, going through the piloting process, which is very, very difficult to do if in 1 year. So typically we're working at actually, I would say, a very good pace, a strong pace, and a pace that will be sustainable for the long term with input from staff.
Alrighty.
I don't think anyone else from the team had anything else that they needed to add. Thank you. That's it.
11.0 new and continuing business announcements. Okay. 12.0 FOIA requests, 12.01.
Since the last report to the board, HR has completed 1 FOIA.
12.02 board appreciation recognition.
We appreciate you all. Thank you. I just want to recognize, yes. On behalf of the district, you have a gift at your table, just a very small token to represent something much larger than what you get in the box. But I know DEA got a chance and passed out the beautiful flowers, but we just really recognize each of you this district runs because we have community members like you who are willing to do this work and to have these long nights and these hard conversations and take on the hard job of making very challenging, difficult decisions sometimes. So from me to you, I want to personally say thank you. And I think on behalf of the district, I think we're very blessed and grateful to have a board like you. So thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
13.0 report to the Board of Education.
Can I say something?
Yep.
I'm actually going to say it in Spanish, so I'll translate later if I remember what I said. Solamente quiero darle un informe a los padres de familia hispanos que esta decisión ha sido tomada, se va a tomar ahora el 12 de diciembre. Si aún tienen alguna pregunta, algún comentario, por favor manden un correo electrónico, contáctenos, ya que no todos podemos contestar, solamente la superintendente y el presidente pueden contestar, pero sí leemos todos sus comentarios. I just said that if they had any questions or comments, they can still email us. Even though we can't answer, we can respond. That we do read their emails. So, yeah. And hi to my ex-husband. And sorry, I'm not home yet.
I have a quick, right, when was this? October 16th, when I went to Mount Prospect to their village board meeting. It was Safe Schools Week, but they gave us a written proclamation. So I just wanted to pass it out to the district. You guys can store it.
It was related to school safety, right?
Yeah, to School Safety Week. And then really quick, thank you to our friends at Friendship. I was there this week to talk to their Ovid classes. They were awesome. Had a great time. Had a great time there. So big thanks.
And I just want to repeat that I was very well taken care of, and they were wonderful at Bird School. And thank you to Mr. Johnson, the music teacher at Bird School, because he's the one in charge of this 5th grade. And thank you to the DEA for the beautiful flowers.
So to piggyback off of Mardell, I would report that my 4th grader from Bird came back and said that a nice school board member came and spoke to their class about Veterans Day.
Really? Your son was there?
Yeah, so my son was in that group. Other reports, I went to the NSSEO bingo night where they raised something like $15,000 for their funds. And for me, it was perhaps one of the most emotional nights of being on a school board that I've had, because I did not know that my sister attended Kirk School, and a retired teacher came up to me and said, "Hey, are you Holly's brother?" At which point I said, "You knew my sister," and I started crying and gave them hugs, because you never think you're going to get to thank the actual teacher who helped, your family. And so that was awesome. I also went to the NSSEO Fall Fest and they've got it's not a trebuchet because it's human powered, but we got to chuck pumpkins into the lake and stuff. So again, I really want to push Sunrise Lake. Teachers who are looking for field trips, Sunrise Lake is great.
And also, I don't know how many of our schools went over to Harper this week. And some of them were in my daughter's French and Spanish classes, so they had a good time. The teachers all told me about it. Why weren't you there? Why weren't you there? Because I was at Bird School.
You can't be everywhere, Mardell.
No.
Any other questions, comments? All right, can I get a motion to go into closed session?
I will make the motion that we go into closed session for the discussion of the 5 items listed
Long
from
as we're
A
out by
to
11.
E.
I'll second it. Roll call.
Sager.
Aye.
Schumacher.
Aye.
Spino.
Aye.
Lang.
Aye.
Mencia.
Aye.
Petrielli. Aye. And